Insider presents Geek Speak with Matthew Harris and Meredith Loughran. We cover entertainment, news, and tech with special guest appearances. So sit back and enjoy as we geek out together right now.
All right. Hello, everyone. This is another segment of Geek Insider's Indie event. And I am supposed to be being joined by several folks, but right now I'm alone. And that could be dangerous because if Meredith isn't here to hold the reins and our guests aren't here, that means I just have to talk. And so what are we going to talk about? Well, first of all, the indie event has been going on all week long. We've had some great panels. We've had some great guests. Tonight's show, we're going to be joined by several folks, and it's going to be a rotating schedule because we're going to read some short stories, some horror stories. And why are we doing this? It's a couple of weeks after Halloween. Well, we didn't want to step on the toes of folks that were running other shows and having other events for Halloween. Some of them are established. We didn't know how the pandemic was going to affect everything. And so we decided that we would wait a couple of weeks. And, sorry, Karl. All right, as soon as she gets in, she'll hand it to you. I'll hand it to you in just a second on chat. But we decided we'd wait a couple of weeks after Halloween to do this. And we've had, like I said, we've already had some great guests, directors that have movies either on Shudder or Full Moon Features or Amazon that have directed horror movies. And and then tomorrow night, like I said, tonight we've got the Spooky Tales, but tomorrow night we've got the folks from Scare Me from Shudder. They have a new podcast that's starting up to where they're going to do the very thing that we love here at Geek Insider. They are going to discuss making an indie movie from start to finish, everything's involved. And so we've got several guests, 3 guests so far. There may be a couple of others that join us for that. I believe that's at 5 o'clock Eastern. It may be 6. You'll have to check indieevent.com. But then we have Charles Band. The one, the only Charles Band. And folks, if you don't know who Charles Band is, then you're not a horror fan, because Charles Band is the owner and the creative mind behind Full Moon Features, which has such hits as Puppet Master and Doll Man and Demonic Toys, Prehysteria, Ghoulies, the list goes on and on. And and I've been a fan of Full Moon Features since way back in the 80s. And so having Charles on the show is a great honor. After Charles, we haven't quite gotten the confirmation from the Dead Enders, but they should be on, and they have put together a special presentation of their show for this event. And then after that, Rob Anderson is going to be joining us. And then we said we're going to do another kind of Spooky Tales, but it's Friday night, Friday the 13th, and we're wrapping up Indie event. And so I have a feeling that we're going to end up at the end of it doing an open mic like we did at the last Indie event, to where we'll send out the link. And if you want to come and join us on camera and on the podcast and the radio show, then you'll be able to come on in. The later it goes and the more whiskey I get down me, the later the show can go. As some of you have realized, that when I hit the whiskey, I can talk for a long time. Just one second here. Karl, I'm getting that right now. And I'm going to send that to you in chat if I can find you real quick. Karl. Doggone it. All right, folks. Sorry. I'm trying to get Karl on here because Uncle Karl is joining us tonight, and he's going to read one of his. There he is. Message. Karl incoming. All right. Anybody else that has got a short story to read tonight that they want to share? A horror story, sci-fi, not really sci-fi, but anything that's kind of Halloween-esque. You can pop into chat here, and we will give you the address. Hey, Carl. Meredith had to have a bathroom break, and so she will be here momentarily. Poor Meredith, she's gone from stream to stream to stream and hasn't been able to release her own stream. So
yeah, poor gal.
Yeah, Meredith is one busy woman, folks. She's the producer of my show, The Geeky, Cheeky, and Downright Freaky, and of course, she's my co-host for our Geek Speak. But she's also my right hand on Geek Insider. I'm her right hand on Wild One Forever. And so Meredith is a very, very busy gal. Plus, she's got her fingers in all kinds of stuff. But like I said, tonight what we're doing is we're going to read some short stories. I've got at least one of my own. I know other folks are planning it. Carl's got a chapter, I believe you're reading, right, Carl?
A chapter or two, yeah.
Cool deal.
They're short.
And then we've got some other folks joining us that are going to read either chapters or short horror stories. And these are some very talented folks. The one that I'm reading tonight, it is one of my first horror short stories that I wrote. After reading it, I realized I definitely need to go and edit it. It needs a good eye over it, but it's still not too bad. I enjoy the story, and I think everybody will. And then I know Meredith has a whole list of folks that are going to be joining us, hopefully throughout the night. But Carl, how are you doing tonight? Tell everybody, well, how you're doing and who you are, what you do, and why you're competing with me on the beard.
That was my wife's idea.
Mine too.
She wanted a beard, and she wants a long beard. So,
yeah. Hey, I guess our wives are cut from the same cloth, because mine was the same way. She was like, it'd be good, because I've always had a goatee. She's like, it would be good if you just grew it long. And I was like, man, my late wife hated the idea of me growing a beard. I'm all on board.
Yeah.
If I ain't got to shave, if I just got to shave these little patches and up under the throat, I'm game. I'm in. and now I'm getting it trained where it's nice and straight. And, I got a little pepper still. Still. But
I think I've gotten rid of most of that.
Yeah. I keep telling my granddaughter that come next year I'll be able to play Santa. And I do have a gut, but not a big enough gut, so I have to wear something. Yeah. But Meredith is here. I don't know if her cam is screwed up or she's just not connected yet. Reading and then give us that chapter.
I can do so. This is from a book I wrote during last year's. It was a challenge to writers to try to write a book in 1 month, and I did not get the whole novel written. I only got a novella, and I think I have it here. Yes. The Mad Gasser Cheerleader of Calhoun County, based on a true story. Back in World War II, there was a guy that went around and he sprayed gas into people's homes in the Mattoon, Illinois area. And I had read that story and thought, there's more to this than meets the eye. They never did figure out exactly who did it. They never did figure out why he was doing it. And I thought, I'm a writer. I can fill in the blanks. So I started doing that. And then it just came out. So I'm going to read little bits and pieces here from it. I will probably skip some pieces. So if you're interested in it, it's only like $5 for the book. It's on lulu.com. Or people can PM me on Facebook, and I'll see what I can do for them. So
very cool.
So want me to go ahead and start then?
Yep, go ahead and give it a whirl.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's up with Meredith. Guys, if y'all don't know, Meredith is in Florida, and they got that Hurricane Eta or Hurricane ETA, as someone called it.
Yeah.
So, and she was hitting the outer bands earlier. If she did lose electricity or something, I expect my phone to light up any minute. But we may have some problems with some of our guests because some of our guests are in the Florida area. And of course, in the days of the pandemic and all of us working from home, the internet has become our lifeline. But if it goes down, Karl and I will just kind of go back and forth, I guess. I got plenty of stories. I didn't plan on reading more than a couple. But and then if anybody else is out there that was supposed to join tonight and you don't have the link, look at anybody on your Facebook. We're probably mutual friends. Add me, shoot me a message. I'm watching Facebook right now, and I'll shoot you the link over.
Okay, cool. Yeah, my wife said maybe it's YouTube. She lost both of us for a minute, and then we popped back up. So,
well,
YouTube's having issues tonight.
Yeah, exactly. They were having issues earlier, and then I know our Twitch feed got killed because of some stupidity. But YouTube is having a bad issue tonight. So
I told all my friends it was my fault. I had like only 10 videos open at the same time. I mean, really. But I closed all those windows, so it's fixed now.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, well, go ahead and I'm gonna put you on the big screen and let's hear a chapter, buddy.
Okay. I'll humiliate them all. Dick Jansen was adamant about that. He would have his revenge on those who he thought had wronged him. But had they? Was it all in his head? No time to consider such paltry considerations when he was already geared up in his accoutrements of terror. He had a tank of gas strapped to his back already, the gas mask hanging down in front of his face and ready for action. His boots were laced. He had his best panties on under his cheerleader skirt. He was ready for action. He crept up on the farmhouse, being careful to keep his flashlight in a tight beam so as not to let anyone see it from inside or from the road. Inside, Cheryl Weathers sat in her chair. Jansen knew Cheryl from high school, where she had been a popular girl and a friend of his sister. He had been a lowly farm boy in overalls, clean overalls, but still a mark of his poverty. He would certainly bring her down a peg or two tonight. She'd never know it was him, but she would be sorry, even if she never knew what she was going to be sorry about. Cheryl was half asleep in her chair, with a book propped up on her lap and a now empty glass sitting next to a bottle of whiskey. Life had not been easy on her since her husband had left her, and the whiskey helped her sleep. She was only 36, she had thought to herself, too young to have been dumped by her husband and be drinking whiskey to sleep. It was a warm summer night, and she had cracked open the window just a little bit to feel some breeze. She had an air conditioner, but it wasn't hot enough to waste money for that. And really, it wasn't hot enough to open the window fully, just a crack to get some fresh air. But fresh air was a little too much to ask for tonight. She didn't hear Jansen sneaking up, nor did she hear the knife go into the screen. And the nozzle of gas hose didn't make much sound as it was pushed through. There was a slight hiss as gas started to filter into the room. She was already half asleep, so she didn't notice she was being gassed. She didn't see the man in the gas mask just outside her window. Instead of staying asleep, though, the sweet smell of the gas roused her somewhat. But she then discovered that she could not move her arms. That's odd, she thought, but perhaps her arms had fallen asleep in the odd position she was in the chair. No, her feet and legs were also paralyzed. She struggled to turn her head when she heard the window open. Through blurry eyes, she saw a cheerleader climbing through the window, wearing a gas mask. What the hell? This must be a dream. Or a nightmare. Terror struck her as the cheerleader came closer and reached out for her. She saw the hands of the cheerleader slowly pulling her underpants off. Was she going to rape her? Wait, was this a man or a woman?
Karl, I like
Yes.
the way you write, sir. I do. I love the way that weaved together, and I like how you ended the chapter. I'm a little worried about the dude in the cheerleader outfit wearing panties.
Yes.
This sounds like a Ted Bundy sort of thing, but that was great, man. That was great.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
And tell people again the name of the story, where they can get it, and all that good stuff.
Sure enough, it is called The Mad Gasser Cheerleader of Calhoun County. Beautiful cover work by Eric Hawkins. Yeah, he did a really good job on that. It's glaring right now.
Yeah.
I might have a better picture of it here. Wow, I can't find anything tonight. There we go.
Very nice, man.
Yes, he's done a really good job on that.
Now, let me ask you, because we're Geek Insider and we like to get inside the creator.
Oh, yeah.
Where did this story come from, Karl?
Like I say, part of it is true. There was a Mad Gasser in Mattoon. There was also a Mad Gasser in West Virginia, I believe, who did very similar things around the same time. So we're not sure if it was the same man or not.
Oh, wow.
After they started suspecting one guy and they pulled him in for questioning, there were other gassings that happened while he was in there.
Shit.
Yeah. And lipstick was found at one scene and a woman's shoe. Some people suspected that his sister was continuing the thing to maybe take suspicion off of him. So he was let go. And he only returned to one house, which was rather odd. The character in my book does not return to the same houses because he has read a lot of detective novels, and he knows that once a house is broken into, it will be watched. So he knows the procedures, and he's not the smartest guy in the whole world, but he's a very clever individual. So he knows how to avoid getting caught.
And tell everybody again where they can get it, bud. Because I know I just got a message from a friend that said they want to read the book, and then I know I want to read the book.
Okay. It's at lulu.com, LULU.com. And if you search for my name, you'll find I've written a bunch of technical manuals and other things, but this was one of my first entries into the suspense and almost horror drama area, And so I wanted to make it as scary as possible if I was going to do it.
Well, I want to hear another chapter tonight if we get the chance.
Sure.
And like I said, just that first chapter did grab me. I'm a big fan of true crime. I watch true crime stories all the time. My wife calls it murder porn. And this kind of incorporates that kind of feeling. And, so you got a serial killer on the loose that likes wearing a cheerleader outfit and panties. You got me at panties, so we will definitely be checking that out. Meredith,
fact,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was a counselor for many, many years, so I've heard all kinds of stories, and I know all kinds of weird individuals, and that came through here. And I even creeped myself out writing this.
Well, see, now I definitely got to read it. And Karl, you said people could contact you directly. Let's you and I talk and see how we can do that so you get all the proceeds and all that.
Sure.
Because I'd like to have a signed copy myself.
Yeah, if a person finds me on Facebook and they send me a personal message, I can take care of that for them.
Well, I'll holler at you on Facebook. We'll work something out.
Cool.
Meredith has finally joined us. Like we said, she is busy. She's also dealing with a hurricane. She has lost her blonde wig. She's gone back to her natural look. I'm guessing she got the bodies buried and she's not worried about the neighbors seeing anymore. But Meredith, tell everybody who you are, what you do, and why the hell you're here this late.
Oh my goodness, the reason why I'm here this late, because I am the project coordinator of Indie Vent, and this is kind of my baby, and I'm really enjoying the opportunity to network and entertain and have fun and just hang out with some of our friends. And so I am also an associate editor with Geek Insider. I'm one of the editors at Wild One Forever. I'm a founding member of Terraform Comics. But if you want to find me, you can basically go to IndieVent, INDEEVENT.com. Basically, our guests, our hosts, our podcasts, everything is pretty much over there with our profiles. And definitely check out all the people who are here. Follow them on the social media. Hit the subscribe button. Make sure you go over to Geek Insider. We are really trying to grow our Facebook and our YouTube channel. I know YouTube is having a little bit of a problem tonight. I don't know what's going on with it, but no worries, because if it goes kaflooey, at least we're recording and we can always re-upload our stories. But yeah, I've got a lot of hats. I'm also one of the founding members of Terraform Comics and been really busy working on scripts and turning prose into comic books. So it's really, really exciting stuff.
And folks, I've known Meredith now for several years. We worked on a couple of other projects together. I actually brought her over to Geek Insider because I just felt that it was a fit. I had been working here for a couple of years, and I went and told her, I was like, Meredith, this is the project that I've been working with. I really think you'd be a fit. And then her and I's personality, we had always clicked on the other projects we worked on, but we didn't really have a working relationship. She did her thing with the bosses. I did my thing, and we talked, but we didn't really have that interaction. But I just felt it. And then we got over here and we've had such a fucking blast. But folks, like she just said, one of the biggest things you can do is share this stuff out on your social media. Follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube. That's the biggest one. That's the drive we want. If you can help us get more folks that have subscribed, that is our key. We want to hit that 1,000 mark before Christmas. We've come a long way in a very short time, but it has been a lot of work. And Meredith, if you don't mind, I guess I will go ahead and go next and read my story.
Yeah, let's get you up on the big screen. Look at that.
All right. Now, like I said, folks, this is one that I wrote. This was my first short horror story. I've already seen some areas that need to be fixed, but it is one that's close to my heart because it was my first baby. And it was one, Karl had his methods of how the story came about. This one came about simply by seeing a tree. This was this old oak tree next to my late wife's ex-mother-in-law and her house. And it was this big oak tree that no matter what time of the year it was, it didn't grow any foliage, but it wasn't dead. And so that's where this story came from. And the rest of it, I have no idea. My muse is very weird sometimes. And so here we go. This is called A Sad, Sad Place. Christmas Eve that year was not only different for Dylan because his grandma was gone, but for the first time in his adult life, he didn't feel like attending any of the traditional parties his circle of friends held for the occasion. All he felt like doing was curling up in bed alone and watching It's a Wonderful Life in its original black and white version. Dylan moved into his great-grandmother's house a few weeks after the will was probated and he took over full ownership. Dylan had known his great-grandmother quite well and visited her several times during the summer months of his youth, sometimes staying for weeks on end. Her home had seemed so cozy to him, nice and not too large, with a fireplace in 3 of the rooms, the porch wrapped around the entire dwelling, and even on rainy days, Dylan could find something outside to entertain him. The house was smack dab in the middle of over 40 acres that held some of the best dang climbing trees a boy could hope for, and 2 ponds that were perfect for swimming and fishing. Summers at her place were great, and Dylan often recalled them fondly. wishing he could recapture even one of those moments. Dylan also spent almost every holiday of his childhood with his great-grandmother Flossie, those always at some other aunts or uncles. Once Dylan was grown and on his own, and all the other family members except he and her were dead and buried, he always invited her to his house for Thanksgiving and Christmas meals. Grandma Flossie, as he liked to call her, had always made it clear that she had no intention of being home for Christmas. That house is a sad, sad place come Christmas. Everything is either dead, dying, or wishing it was dead, he heard her say on more than one occasion. Dylan had always assumed she was referring to the plants and shrubs withering in the winter winds, or the giant old oak tree in the back of the house that never seemed to grow any foliage. 3 nights after he moved in, Dylan found his assumption was terribly wrong. The comforting heat of the gentle fire across the room warmed the air and Dylan's feet as he snuggled with his pillow and cried quietly as George ran through the town wishing everybody a Merry Christmas. By the time the credits were rolling across the screen, Dylan's eyes had grown quite heavy from the combination of the enveloping warmth and the tears for George's happiness. His eyes slipped shut, and Dylan was awakened almost immediately by sounds so odd he at first thought them to be part of a dream. Bree-rock-wow! The strange sound came again. Dylan saw the flicker of the television and immediately thought to himself that Wild Kingdom was not good bedtime viewing. He glanced at the set and saw Chuck Norris putting the hurt to some giant biker and wondered if the fight was taking place at a circus or the zoo. Dylan dug for the remote and, with a flick of his wrist and a push of a button, turned off the TV. Silence filled the room except for the soft crackling of the orange fire that painted the walls with eerie shadows. Satisfied with the scene in silence, Dylan closed his eyes once more. Bree-wack-wow! Dylan's eyes slammed open as he quickly sat up in bed, trying to determine where the sound had come from. His heart pounded in his chest and filled his ears, and he felt dampness begin to form in his palms. Bree-cock-a-wow! This time Dylan heard exactly where it came from and breathed a small sigh of relief. It was outside. Fucking farm animals, he said to the empty room as he tossed back the covers to get out of bed. He crossed the room to the window facing the side of the house the noise had come from, intending to scare off or silence the animals with shouts of protest. He drew back the curtains, and the sight below the window made his jaw open in disbelief. Dozens of small animals were in his yard, walking in the same general direction toward the rear of the house. It wasn't farm animals, and though there were plenty of cats and dogs, there were also birds, squirrels, ducks, rabbits, mice, and even a monkey. There was no fighting. None of the natural enemies seemed to mind the close proximity of their foes. The cats were not attacking the birds or rodents attempting to catch a quick meal, and the dogs didn't seem to notice the cats at all. They all just continued to slowly walk, crawl, waddle, hop, and scamper their way to the back of the house, out of Dylan's view. He heard bree-cock-a-wow again and was now aware that this was the combined call of all their many voices. He tore his gaze from the window and quickly grabbed his robe and rubber boots, telling himself he had to see what the hell the animals were doing. He raced to the front door, stopping only long enough to slip on the boots and hastily wrap the robe around him. And when he pulled the door open, he was greeted with even more animals cutting a path across the lawn. What the hell? He asked them inquisitively, to which only bree-cock-a-wow was the answer. Dylan followed the slow-moving procession, careful not to step on any of the smaller animals or the numerous tails swinging back and forth. They rounded the corner of the house, and Dylan's emotions ran a gauntlet that skirted awe, sadness, bewilderment, and terror. Over 100 animals had gathered at the bottom of the old oak tree. The ones he had followed moved quickly to join the others. Dylan stood transfixed, wondering what had drawn the animals to the giant leafless tree in the middle of the night. Not a single animal uttered a sound now, and Dylan was surprised to feel a deep sadness etching away at his heart. He knew it was quite silly, but he wanted to ask them again what was going on. Suddenly, the animals moved as if one and began climbing the tree. Dylan couldn't believe his eyes as he witnessed the monkey helping a limping dog to a lower branch, and a rather fat cat let a duck use its back as a stepping stool. Slowly, the animals made their way onto the branches of the twisted bare tree, and the sight would have been comical had Dylan been viewing it anywhere but his own backyard. Though he had seen no lightning, Dylan's ears reverberated with a loud clap of thunder that filled the air, and tears unexpectedly poured from his eyes. His breathing hitched, and his heart came close to breaking as the image before him was burned into his mind forever, and the sudden, haunting knowledge that invaded his mind. The monkey, which was now jumping from branch to branch, was almost 12 years old and had spent his entire life in a zoo 2 states over. He had escaped over 4 months ago, but the weather and lack of food had driven him here. A small blue jay had broken his wing during a scuffle with a neighborhood cat and had actually walked over 2 weeks to get here, hiding in gullies and culverts whenever he grew tired. A middle-aged poodle was suffering from Alzheimer's and had no idea how he had gotten there, but figured, what the hell? The fat tabby cat that had helped the ailing duck was a single mother of 6 and had recently found herself homeless. The duck himself was too large to fly south for the winter and despised the stares the other ducks gave him each spring when they returned. A sizable gerbil was sick of having nothing in her life except running in circles on the small treadmill her owner had provided. A beautiful Persian cat had a lovely home, but had been ignored by her family since their baby had been born. A gray mouse had its leg cut off by a well-placed trap, and he could no longer move quick enough to ensure getting fed without becoming food. A fuzzy rabbit no larger than a tennis ball had heard all about the human's consumption of her kind and the superstitious fascination with her feet. Since then, she had developed quite a phobia regarding ended up in someone's belly or on a keychain. The pain and misery of each of the animals rushed over Dylan like a flash flood in Texas, and he couldn't help but cry. His heart ached as his mind tried to grasp what it was hearing, and for a moment, Dylan was quite sure he had lost his mind. The animals were there to stop the pain, to cease the suffering, to end their lives. The thunder crashed again, and each animal voiced one quick caw, quack, ruff, or meow. And somewhere in the back of Dylan's mind, he knew they were saying goodbye. His heart sped up to near warp speed, and he wanted to tell them that it wasn't that bad. They all had a reason to live if they only stopped to think about it. He wanted to offer them homes, a place each would be safe and comfortable. He wanted to provide them with food, shelter, and warmth. He wanted to stop them from dying. The sadness was so thick in the air, Dylan could almost taste it, and as lightning flashed above them, fear became his dominating emotion. In the blinding white light, Dylan had seen quite clearly what the monkey had been doing on his travels around the branches. Tiny nooses wrapped around each animal's neck, the other ends secured to their branches above them. The creature spoke as one once more, "Bree-cock-a-wow." And then another flash of lightning illuminated the unbelievable act of the animals jumping to their deaths in unison. The sickening crunch of many tiny necks breaking made Dylan's stomach churn in protest, and he thought for sure he was going to toss his cookies. Silence once again filled the yard, and Dylan could hear the soft creaking of the ropes as they rubbed against the branches while the bodies swayed in the gentle breeze. This turned Dylan's stomach even more, and he rushed back to the house, Jim Beam suddenly sounding like the perfect nightcap. Dylan finished off an entire fifth of the bourbon before he passed out in the big old recliner his Grandma Flossie had left behind. His drunken slumber was, thankfully, dreamless, and he slept until well past noon the next day. When he awoke, the terrible scene from the night before didn't immediately invade his mind, but when it did, he quickly dismissed it as a nightmare. Too much of that Kentucky rot gut, he told himself. Dylan wished himself a Merry Christmas and decided a trip to Denny's for several helpings of bacon and eggs would help raise his spirits. He dressed in some old sweats he had had for years and bundled himself against the cold with his old army jacket. He closed the door behind him, locked it, and made his way to the car around the side of the house. Movement near the back of the house caught his eye, and he turned to see what it was. "Holy shit," Dylan said breathlessly. Dozens of animal carcasses hung from the gnarled branches of the giant oak tree, and Dylan lost his appetite as he realized what had caught his eye. Several buzzards, crows, and other carrion-eating birds were feeding on the dead, plucking flesh from the swinging corpses as if they were a Christmas buffet. Dylan ran back into the house, slipping once in the wet grass, and ended up covered in mud from the rain that must have arrived after he passed out the night before. Everything became vivid in Dylan's mind. The crowd of animals as they made their way to the back of the house, the image of predator helping prey into the tree, the invading sadness as each creature's plight was revealed to him, the sickening sound of small bones breaking, the creak the ropes had made in the wind, and the horrible sucking sound as flesh was ripped from bone by the morning's dinner guests. Dylan vomited and wished he had coated his stomach with something more than Jim Beam, as if the burning liquid spewed out of his mouth and nose and covered his feet. When he closed his eyes, Dylan could see the haunting images as though he were witnessing them live once again. For a moment, but only a brief one, Dylan wished he was dead. It took him 3 days to try to venture out of the house again, and when he did, it took every ounce of his will to look at the old oak tree. He was both relieved and saddened to see that the bodies had all been removed, carried off to feed some old buzzard's offspring, he supposed. Not even the ropes remained, and though he had witnessed it firsthand, Dylan doubted he would find a single piece of evidence to substantiate what he had seen. Dylan kept the house, but never forgot what happened that Christmas. And though he lived a long, full life, he never told anyone about that night, nor did he ever spend another holiday at his home, opting instead to visit friends. When asked if he just hated being alone at the house for Christmas, Dylan was heard to reply, "Nah, that house is a sad, sad place come Christmas. Everything is either dead, dying, or wishing it was dead." And that's it.
Wow.
You're muted, Meredith.
Very good.
Well, thank you.
Spooky.
Thank you very much. Like I said, that was my first horror story. And
Wow.
it hit me from looking at a tree. And it was one of those that, like I said, my muse was just sitting here going, and telling me what to write. And I love it. It's one of my favorite stories.
I love when that happens, when it might be one thing, one memory, one line of dialogue. I've actually written a whole, like flash fiction piece based on a title that just kept on bugging me. It's like, what is it?
I've had
isn't that weird? I honestly thought I was the only one.
Over a sentence that just keeps replaying in your mind. Just a sentence. I've written whole freaking stories based on the one sentence. And that's why, folks, if you are a writer or you are wanting to be a writer, you have just even an itch. The biggest tip I can give you, two biggest tips. One is that every writer will tell you, fucking write. Make sure that you are writing stuff. But number two, Meredith, show them, keep a notepad by you at all times. Because I assure you, even in bed, when you're in bed at night, keep a notebook by your side. Because you're going to have these ideas. And I promise you, the late night ones, there's some really good ones. And you'll think, oh, that's such a good idea. I'll never forget it. And then in the morning, for the rest of the day and the rest of the week, you're going, damn it, what was that idea? That was $1 million idea. Yeah. But.
Well, I want to ask you guys something before I read a story. What do you do? Because this has happened to me, and I know what my reaction is. What do you do when you've worked on a piece, whether it's a story or a chapter, it doesn't matter, and something goes wrong and it's gone and you don't have backups?
Ooh.
Meredith, you have no idea what you just hit on. Today, I had to go to fanstory.com and ask them to and prove my identity, because I do not have the email address that I signed up there with. And I used to post tons of poetry, tons of short stories over there. And I was lucky. I was able to prove my identity. I knew what titles that I had posted there, and they were all disabled because I had disabled them a while back when I decided that I was going to try to go pro, and I didn't want them out on a free site. So I was able to go in. I saw a lot of my poetry. That story right there, A Sad, Sad Place, was over there. But actually, Meredith had already snagged it for me on another format that I had. It was a WPB, some shit I couldn't open on my Mac. But yes, folks, make sure you make backups, because there is a very good story that I wanted to read tonight called Always Bet on Red, and I'm going to have to rewrite it. It's gone. And luckily I know the story, but I also know I'm not going to capture those same nuances that I had in the original story. It's going to be different. And I loved, yes, it needed edited. It needed good eyes on it, but I loved the meat of the story. And I've got a Dell computer around here that I'm fixing to pay somebody to try to break in and see if my stuff is on there. I already gave one computer to a buddy, and he was like, nope, nothing on there but this. And I was like, damn it. But I got some in storage that I'm going to get checked. Folks, make backups of your stuff. Use zip drives. Use your phone. Use Apple to where it's all on Pages, no matter, and you just sign into your account and it's there. Do something, because yes, I understand wanting to keep it to yourself and not wanting it to have it out on sites, and you don't want to have too many copies of it. But by golly, make sure you have hard copies, you have digital copies, because I can't tell you how much stuff I have lost by just being stupid. And I know better, and that's what really pisses me off.
Yeah, you know, Meredith, my wife always writes longhand. Donna always keeps a notepad, and she says here she keeps it on the bed because she wakes up in the middle of the night with an idea. And I used to do that, but I have some arthritis in my hand, so I have to type things. And my first computer was an old Commodore 64, if anybody remembers those. Bad power supply. Every 28 minutes, that thing would go down. So I learned very early, save, write some more, save, because it wasn't a question of if it would go, it was when. And I learned the same thing on hard drives. You know, it's not a question of when your hard drive will fail or if it will fail, it's when that hard drive will fail. And now I have like 5 USB drives over here. And I back up stuff to multiple drives because I am so paranoid from those days of losing something. And even now, I mean, sometimes I can't find something because I have it on so many different drives. I'm looking all over for it, but I will eventually find what I'm looking for. So yeah, it really does pay to make those backups and do them often.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
because go ahead. I'm sorry, Meredith.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, speaking to what you were saying, Matthew, is, you can write something the first time. You have those ideas. Maybe you've even planned it out. You have an outline or something, some notes to help you. But just that turn of a phrase that was like, it felt perfect the first time. And then all of a sudden it's like, poof, gone. You're like, shit.
Yeah. How do you recreate that?
You're never going to get that back. And it's so frustrating. So, I mean, to what Karl was saying, back up everything, have duplicates and stuff. Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, I've gotten to a point where I duplicate. I mean, I have flash drives, and then I don't remember which one had the most recent version.
My problem was I had flash drives and then I lost them.
What was that, Karl?
Well, fortunately, if you look on most of these, they will tell you what the last date they were modified. So that helps a little bit, and you can also sort a lot of times by date modified. Thank goodness for that. But I started on a book, and I would put the month that I edited it in the title.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So, and keep different things in different folders. And so, I'll have the June and the July and the August versions of those, so that I could go back and go, okay, where was I going with that, and go back and find
Right.
them. But yeah, Meredith, when you're hot on a story too, I mean, it is in your mind, it has to come out. Boom, you're writing it. You've got it. You're in that zone and you're going for it. And then if you have to rewrite it, it's a mess, Yeah, and as Donna says, we use Dropbox too, and I also use whatever Microsoft has. Is it OneDrive? Yeah,
I'm a little
paranoid.
bit, for whatever reason, I'm a little bit paranoid about putting my stuff all up on the cloud. I don't know why. And it's really weird because, when I get to my story, so the story behind my story is that this is a compilation. I'm actually putting together a book, and it's in final edits. It's been in final edits for a long time because I haven't quite decided what I wanted to do with it. It's a compilation of all of my, not all of them, but the horror crime, thriller, flash fictions that I've written through the years. A lot of them are on platforms like Steemit or Hive or Whale Shares, so they're out there, they're on the blockchain. So I kind of have my timestamp / copyright and stuff like that. And I decided that I wanted to compile them all into one book and get that published. And then I kind of fell into the world of comic books. And there are so many of these stories that I can see captured out, even more so in the comic book format than even a film, which is really interesting, So I've kind of struggled with the idea of saying, well, if I publish this, then maybe I don't want to take those stories and make them into comic books. And then I was like, well, why the hell not?
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, because the prose edition is going to be significantly more different than the comic book version.
Yeah, exactly.
But for anybody who might be following my journey or who wants to see how I did it, going from a prose writer into comic books, if that's a direction that they wanted to go in, I'm trying to journal this journey so that people can see what I did, what works, what doesn't,
Sure.
And kind of make that into a teaching moment for people. So I find that there's value in that alone, but at the same time, it's really not easy, especially if you kind of edit your own work. And I know that I should get some fresh eyes on my work, but I don't, because I'm stubborn and I'm a tightwad. I don't like paying people to do stuff. I do, I do it for a living. I'm like, why can't I edit my own stuff? And it's kind of like the doctor not supposed to operate on their family members. You're a little bit close to it.
Yeah.
Well, Meredith, speaking of your work, why don't you read us something?
Well, okay. So the story that I'm going to pick up here, hold on a second. And so I'm not on the totally big screen. Let me do that. Hey, isn't that cool? Okay, so this story is called Belisama, Lady of the Inlet, and it's a little dark, so I kind of saved it for the late night spooky tales. And this was kind of inspired by a dream. I don't know if it was a daydream or a nightmare or anything like that, but it was just this one scene, and it's at the end. But it gave birth to this story. So
Cool.
Here we go. Belisama, Lady of the Inlet. From the watery depths of the deep inlet, Belisama, goddess of fresh water, had the freedom to swim, frolic, and do as she wished. A beauty with no comparison on land or in the water, she had alabaster skin like moon glow, her long flowing hair the finest of black silk. She surfaced to sing to the flora and fauna, her voice soft and pure, alluring and haunting, a sigh in the night. Even the trees rustled their leaves to accompany her. Belisama often went ashore to frolic and play with the creatures who took to the lake for sustenance as they basked in her purity and pulchritude. One terrible night, the sky gods appeared to be having their own version of a shitstorm. For beast and mortals, the skies turned purple, black, and dark as ear-splitting thunder rumbled. Lightning strikes zigzagged, illuminating the sky with an electric aura. Belisama tread the choppy waters, enjoying its magnitude, when suddenly she heard the muffled cries for help. Blindsided by the storm's quick onset, a young man found himself in peril when his small sailing vessel capsized. Keeping her distance, she could tell the air breather would succumb to his plight. His cries into the roaring night fell on deaf ears, where the gods were concerned, but his desperate pleas spoke to her heart. Belisama was familiar with the watercraft that traveled her inlet, but she had been taught from a very young age to stay away from the humans, for they were nothing but trouble. She knew this man, though. In fact, she often found herself swimming camouflaged along his vessel in order to gaze upon him. Surely he couldn't harm her. She cautiously approached. His head dipped underwater several times, each time longer than the last, for the fight of life escaped him in the cold, choppy waters. Eyes despairing, he spied her and became terribly still. "Am I dead?" he asked. She quickly shook her head to reassure him. "Please, kind mist," he implored her, his blue eyes sparkling like sapphires in dark water. "Please help me to safety. Help me to shore. I'll do anything, sacrifice everything for your grace." She mesmerized him with her sing-song voice and watched him sink beneath the surface. Holding him close, she thrilled at the touch of his flesh, the smooth skin with soft patch of hair on his chest. She listened to the steady beat of his heart, then stole a kiss from his cool, soft lips. His enchanted coma would not last long. Holding him close to her body, she swam to shore, depositing him on the beach. She waited for him to open his eyes and smiled when he cradled her cheek in his large palm. Belisama could swim in the dark pools of his eyes forever. "I'm alive," he murmured. She smiled and nodded. "You promised to do anything if I got you to shore safely." He smiled. "Indeed, beautiful water nymph, I am in debt to you for my life. Be my prince. Come with me into the inlet, and we will build a life together, you and I." With the slightest hesitation, he said, "Sweet deliverer, how can this be? I'm a land creature and cannot go with you." "You can, if I allow you to," she promised, then ran her fingers through his soft hair. "My lady, I swear that I would do anything, and I will keep my vow, but I beg of you," he began, "kindly let me get my estate in order, and I will meet you in this exact spot tomorrow night." "Then let us seal it with a kiss." Her heart skipped a beat, and she quivered in desire and expectation with his responsive kiss. With joy, she dove back into the water. "Until tomorrow," she smiled. The next evening, she arrived at their spot and waited, but there was no sound of him. Suddenly, she heard a rustling in the woods. Excited to see her love, she called out, "Are you there?" How strange that even the forest beasts remained quiet when they should be rejoicing with her. It was then that three strange men appeared, fetid with the smell of cheap ale. Confused and disoriented, she did not realize that they lassoed her and pulled her further up on the beach. The man, who obviously seemed to be in charge, approached her. "Ah, she's a beauty," he exclaimed, as the other men leered, exposing blackened out, rotting teeth. One of them squirted black chewing tobacco through the hole where their teeth once used to be. "The prince was right. Her hair is like the finest black silk and will fetch a great price." Horrified, Belisama struggled to get away. The harder she tried, the tighter the tethers pinched against her skin, bruising her. The old man straddled her, rubbing her hair between his calloused fingers. The finest, indeed, he murmured softly, thoughtfully. Winding her hair around his fat fist, he yanked at her hair, tugging painfully at her scalp. Seemingly out of nowhere, a blade appeared in his other hand, and he began hacking away at her beautiful tresses. When she cried out, he muffled her with the thick, rank snake of his tongue. Belisama didn't know if she choked on his invasion to her mouth or her own vomit. Her cries prompted a cacophony of distress from the land creatures and sea creatures of the night. "Why don't we have a bit of fun with her?" said one bandit, working at his breeches. "Fuck off, boy," said the leader. "The prince only wanted her hair, and that we let her live. But I'll have a go at her first." With knife to her throat, the old man penetrated her with his sausage fingers, first 2, then 3. She felt her virgin flesh ripping. She screamed and sent him into a frenzy, his tongue violating her mouth, then tasting the soft, smooth skin of her cheek and throat as he shrugged off his pants and raped her. Her throat dry from silent screams and bile, she lay helplessly, one after the other took turns abusing her body through the night. As the sun began to rise, the men finally took their leave, laughing and clapping each other on the back for their virility, with not a single thought about abandoning her to the elements, or even to humanely end her life. She laid there upon the silent beach and made a plea to the gods. Belisama's alabaster skin was now black with bruises, her hair shorn to the scalp, her soul was as black as the deepest caverns under the inlet. She was a beauty no more. Slowly, painfully, Belisama clawed her way back to the water. The crystal blue inlet turned ink black, matching her now dead heart. From that moment forward, she never sang again. No fish swam in the inlet, and no land creature visited the shore. Sailing vessels often sank without cause, losing souls and merchandise. Day and night, Belisama trolled the shores of the inlet. The years passed, and hope of retribution never waned. Then, one evening, she spied a young boy making a sandcastle on the beach. She could smell his youth and innocence and vaguely remembered what it was like, and hissed before calming herself and approaching the boy. "Come here, little one," she called, her voice magical, soft, and compelling. The boy smiled and waded toward her. "Who are you?" he asked. "I'm not important," her voice twinkled. "But I think you are." He puffed his little chest with great pride and said, "I am the son of a prince." "Then, little majesty, it would be an honor to teach you how to swim." "My father told me to stay away from the water. He said it was dangerous." She laughed. "Oh, dear boy, do I look dangerous to you?" He shook his head. "No, miss, you look beautiful." Indeed, her hair had grown back, but her smooth skin still reflected the black of her heart. "Come then," she smiled, holding out her hand. "Let me give you a swimming lesson." Laughing with delight, the boy took her hand, and they swam and splashed for a time. "You see," she began, "I would never hurt you." And in one swift move, she held his head under the water and took pleasure in his death struggle. "I only want your innocence." "No!" cried the prince, running toward the beach. She lifted the boy by the hair. He sputtered and cried out to his papa before she dunked him again, chuckling as his little fists fought against her grip. She felt his burst of panicky energy. Heard the little prince breathe in water. Oh, yes, she smiled. His struggle turned into acceptance and would soon be his death. "What have you done? What have you done?" She remembered those sapphire blue eyes and felt nothing but detachment. "A sacrifice for the life that I saved so long ago." "Give me back my son," he cried, as she swam further away, holding the boy just above the surface so the prince could watch as the boy's pink skin slowly turned blue. With a soulless laugh, she breathed in the scent of the little boy's hair and sighed. "Ah, do you smell the purity and beauty of this child? He's mine now for the innocence I lost." She swam deep beneath the water surface, cradling the boy's lifeless body next to hers. Small bubbles rose, and popped out of the water, the only indication of where they had dove. Deep into the cold black water, Belisama wrapped the child in a blanket of lake weed, knowing full well that he would never be found. She knew no one would even dare try. Rising to the surface again, she heard the mourning cries of the prince echoing across the inlet. The prince stood at the water's edge. "Oh, dear lady, how can this be undone?" Mildly disgusted that he made no attempt to enter her domain and rescue his own child, she asked, "Would you do anything? Sacrifice everything to get your son back?" "Yes, miss, I will do anything." "Then I will meet you in this exact spot tomorrow night," she smiled, and blew him a kiss, before diving into the murky depths once again. The end.
Holy mackerel, Meredith! For one thing,
Dark, right?
I'm a little horny now.
That
And
was
A lot
that was
of other
incredible
people.
reading.
Look,
Love your voice.
you're reading either one, you screwed up on telling people the time, or two, your reading brought in a lot of other guests because it has been me, you, and Karl sitting here. But look, all these people come in here when Meredith is reading this hot shit. So I'm going to go with that. It's her reading that brought everybody in.
No,
But
no,
Meredith-
no. This is all 101, 100 good tales.
This is the extended version of the Spooky Tales, folks. We've got some great guests that have joined us tonight, and y'all have met Karl, myself, and Meredith, but I want to go around the room and let everybody introduce themselves. So Meredith, why don't you pick one at random and let's let everybody know who the hell they are.
Well, we're going to put you up on the big screen here. Hold on a second. And eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Hi, Chris. Go
Hi guys, how are you?
ahead and introduce yourself. Where can we find you? And then we'll go around the room and we'll kind of go a little bit more in depth later. This is our first time meeting a lot of you people in here, so this is great. Go ahead, Chris. Mike's all yours.
Yeah, so I'm most definitely the rookie in the room here. My name is Chris Morin, and I've spent the last 30 years making music, and just recently, starting in 2017, decided to start focusing on writing stories, not through music, but through words. And I just finished my first comic book. It's called Peerless, and you can find out about it at skinnykmusic.com. That's SKINNYK music.com. And I'm excited to tell you more about it and to meet everybody else in this room, too.
Awesome. Joshua, go ahead. Introduce yourself.
My name is Joshua Pantellaresco. I write stuff in podcasts too. This year I've released 2 books. One's called Alice Zero. It's Alice in Wonderland meets Greek mythology. Alice is Pandora. She opens Pandora's box and gets a certain Cheshire friend inside her head. And she's on a quest to refine her home and maybe save the world. I also released a sci-fi novel called The Cloud Diver. It's the Matrix meets Indiana Jones. The Cloud today is our archaeology tomorrow. A very cowardly character follows a girl with a gunblade into the cloud and gets a file that everybody from zombie monsters to unicorns that fart rainbows wants. There's that. I do a podcast called Just Joshing. It airs currently 3 times a week. It's about to evolve into a talk show. I'm apparently an award winner. I'm good at opening my mouth and get myself in trouble. They gave me a reward for it, so there's that. I'm currently in the Windsor, Ontario. And I just do my thing. Nice to meet you all.
Awesome. Nice to meet you too. Michael, go ahead. You have the mic.
Oh boy. My name's Mike Dolce. I am a writer, creator, artist, podcaster, sometimes nice guy. Nah, mostly nice guy. I've done stuff at Image Comics. I've done stuff at Zenoscope Comics. My newest venture is with Rogue Matter. It's a brand new digital comic company. It's actually a digital content company. They don't just do comics. They do podcasts and short stories, novels, all kinds of great stuff. My book, The Time Trader, which you can see behind me, is going to be it was their first successful Kickstarter, and it is going to be debuted in February 2021. It's about a guy who can rewind time whenever he wants to. He goes to cash in at the stock market, discovers it's run by a network, an Illuminati of people just like him. I just actually wrapped up my weekly podcast, which is the Rogue Wave podcast, with a frequency for all things pop culture and the disruptors behind it.
Very
Wow.
cool.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Mug and Mel. Oh, you're on mute. There you go.
Hi, my name is Mel. I manage Mog's business as an artist. I've been in this industry for a long time, had my own production company as well, did work for IDW, Hollywood, Hasbro, whatever was willing to put money in my pocket. I thought I was out, but then I met Mog and pulled me back into the business again. So here I am doing whatever she needs, cooking, cleaning, and whatever
Those
else.
damn women.
Yeah, you know me. I'm not going to introduce myself. I'm the artist. He's my partner, my manager, my businessman.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, thank you for being here, guys.
All right, we're going to pull in Michael.
Hey guys, I am Karshina Sigenthaler.
I'm Michael Sigenthaler.
And we're the Skits comic team. What
That's
if
right,
even Baby
that's right.
Yoda loves us? The Force is with us.
I ain't got nothing on my shirt.
Oh, that's okay. It's okay. We have a comic that is out for 2021 called Skits the Sun, Book 1.
That's right. Skits is an awesome comic, man. It's about a guy who can't tell the difference between his dreams and reality. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is just a silliness and craziness right here. I mean, that's exactly what we're bringing. So I'm the writer, creator, and illustrator and colorist for Skits, and she is
the editor, and of course, IMDb me, the actress of the family as well. So yeah, check us out. We also have 3 books, 3 variant covers with 3 variant storylines. One with Michael Sigenthaler, one with Kent Williams, as well as Patrick Reynolds. That is the cover. And we are on Indiegogo. Check us out, Skits Comic. We also have a YouTube channel.
Right.
At Skits Comic, where we do reviews. I have one called Come Get Some Live, as well as Come Get Some. Well, I review a lot of indie as well as comics that we go in for New Comic Book Wednesday.
Right.
And I also have my own horror production company called Verse Films Production. So I'm the black girl who does not die. Yes.
You know what? I'm sorry, you have to follow that. No pressure on you.
I'll have what they're having, man.
My name is An. I'm currently based in Hawaii. I'm an independent illustrator. I love illustration. I'm also the founder of 101 Tales, which you guys may have been seeing floating all around. You know, it's nothing big, but hey, come check us out. If you haven't yet, log on to and sign up on Comixplex.com. It's for free right now. So just come sign up using your Facebook login, and then you can watch all 46 of us live next week, November 17th to 21st. And yeah, I just want to get everyone together, connect, and just inspire each other. Everyone's got a story to tell, so now is the time to tell.
That's awesome. And Connie.
Hi.
Hi, you have the mic. Introduce yourself.
It's so hard to follow all of that. Damn. Well, I'm a graphic designer, and I've been working in graphic design and marketing for about 20 years. And, well, I have not really done my own art in a long time. I've been so bogged down in doing other people's crap, really, that I really was so excited to start doing my own things. Like about 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and that's when I really started to let all my creative stuff out. And that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about in the 101 Tales. And just tell everybody a little bit more about the art show that followed after that and everything. And yeah, I'm quite excited about it, actually. And on top of that, I'm starting to write my own comic book this year with everything going on. I thought this was a great opportunity to just start a little bit more creative and everything. So this is going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to next week and everything.
Wow. All right. So how many people here are working on their very first comic book then? Woo! Very exciting. Matthew, I know you're working on a comic book too, or at least a script.
Yes, I am, and it is my first foray because the original story was just going to be a short story, but as I was outlining it, it really was coming to me as a comic book, and I love comics. I love indies. I have since the '80s, and that's the way it was played out. Usually, stories play out in my head as kind of a movie, but this one played out as a comic book. I've actually got some connections that want this to or want to help me turn this into a comic. And so we'll see. I have no artistic talent. I can't draw stick figures, but I can write my little ass off. And it looks like we lost Meredith.
No, I'm at the bottom, but you know what I'm going to do
there you
is
are.
Because
Hollywood Squares, baby. That's it.
You're usually, usually to my left here. So.
I know I can move people around. The reason why is this. Hi.
Dun 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 dun.
Well, there's a reason why I put her on the big screen, because I think 101 Tales is kind of your brainchild, your baby. And I want you to really talk about that, what's happening next week, and what has actually brought all of these people into the room together today during an event. Go ahead.
Well, this was actually way back in May when we last did a small convention with what we call a Mogwort Studio. It's just a bunch of us artists connected with Mog, and we were running this small convention that was based off of a theme, and we haven't seen that a lot. So we just carried that on to now 101 Tales. But my idea was that, because after doing so many illustration and commissions, it seems like the people who come to me all have a characters in their head, all have some kind of story, and I'm like, have you ever told anyone about this? And they're like, no, I haven't. It's just in my head. So I was like, well, why aren't more people doing this? Tell their story. This is like a time where we're locked inside. We should be sharing and connecting. So I brought this up to Mel, and he's like, yeah, I'm bored. Let's make this happen. And in my mind, I was thinking like, oh, cool. We get like 15 people, and now we're like at 46, and we have 110 tales instead of 101. So it's just ballooned up over time. But the general idea is to get everyone together. If you have a story that you want to tell, we welcome you, and we want you to share it. And in sharing our story, we allow others to be vulnerable and share theirs. So it's a door to open up more connection. So I think that's what we need right now, and that's what 101 Tell is about. Did I lose you guys there?
No dead air space. No dead air.
Yeah, but I'm just amazed. Like I'm reading. I'm lucky. I get all these emails, and I get to read through everyone's resume, and I'm like, wow, what? Who? But it's just been amazing, and I also have my own story to tell, and I have 3, and it all came from me dealing with my own depression. And I did mention to some of you guys that I did go through a period of like drastic depression. It went through suicidal, and then art was my saving grace. And in times like that, like Connie has her story where she was battling breast cancer. So in these like deep, troubling time where we have little to nothing, we're making the best of it, and we're creating something out of it. And I think that's admirable, and I think this is what the world needs right now for us to share. But yeah,
actually I think that it's really it helps a lot to visualize things, and I think we're lucky. We're so lucky in saying that we can put it on paper and actually visualize it, because a lot of people go to therapy for this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They go to therapy to help what it is that they can't visualize. You know, so we can just take a piece of paper and just go ahead, just like, well, I'm thinking about this right now. And there it goes, and it kind of solves itself in your head. So we're lucky that way, I think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pop.
Michael.
I'm gonna pop myself. Hold on one second. I'm gonna pop myself out because there's somebody else that's trying to get into the room, and I'm having internet issues only because Tropical Storm Eta is starting to blow really wildly out there. So if I lose internet, I just wanted to say thank you for being here. I'm gonna pop out, let somebody else take my seat, and
stay safe. Stay safe.
Have a great show. I cannot wait to hear what you guys have to say about 101, and hopefully you have a tale to tell. On that note, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Bye.
Thank you, Meredith. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, my question was
okay,
to
so
Michael
then I'm
Dulce. I wanted to hear, what is your motivation to be doing comics? You've been at this now for like a decade, so I wanted to get your side of the story.
I mean, it's the only, it's funny, Anne actually kind of I'm going to mispronounce names. I just butcher names because that's just what I do. I think you kind of phrase it. I'm always lucky. I've never had like a bout of depression, but I could tell you one time I did a free 30-minute, life coaching session with a friend, and he just walked me through, and he said, what is it that you want to be doing with your life? And he said, really visualize it, like really visualize it, right? Like, what's your typical day like? And it was me. I told him, I said, me walking downstairs to my basement, and I'm just working on something creative. Like, that's just what I'm doing, and I'm getting paid for it, and I'm in control of it, and throughout the course of it, he says, it sounds to me, he goes, sounds like it's life or death for you. And I go, well, yeah, it is. I wouldn't be happy if I wasn't doing this. Like, I just wouldn't. And there was definitely a period. I'd had some early success around 2009. Had some great success. I told Mog this, I think, when we did our little, a brief like little intro. In 2009, I was signing autographs signing comics from my Image book next to guys that I literally, when I was 10 years old, waited, in line to get their autograph for. And so it was this like really defining moment. And then in between there's a good 5-year gap though, between that and the next thing that I had either published or gotten published. And so there's so many ups and downs. But there was a period, and really, this is when I did this little coaching session, and he says, sounds like it's life or death, and it really is, because my life was not. I mean, there is just a void if you're not doing this kind of stuff. So, I don't know. To me, when anyone asks me that question, I've been asked that enough times. It really comes down to, like, there's nothing else I want to be doing. I do a lot of different things. I do some web design as well too. There is no greater satisfaction than having created something and reading your own stuff and reading it to a point where you're like, yeah, I nailed that. Like, I nailed that. Like, like I don't know. There's something magical about it. It's like giving birth to something and then having people react to it. There's nothing better.
Right. Now, when you were sitting next to those guys, and that was like your first break in 2009, and those are guys that you had known about, right? Now, were you trying to keep up with them at your table, or were they trying to keep up with you?
You know what? And again, I am going to butcher names. Sharshena? How do I pronounce your name?
Here, Karshina.
Karshina, yes.
There you go. Say it again, Karshina.
Karshina, I like to see the repetition.
I like that.
Yeah.
I was definitely like, I had that same kind of energy, and I was I actually made Jim Valentino like laugh, because I was like, the line to get to Todd McFarlane came across my section of the table, and I just kept telling him, I was like, oh my God, all these people came to see me. This is so great. You came to see my book, and they never heard of it. It was like issue 1, and whatever. But no, it was fun. It was just fun. Like, I don't know, you just any way you can kind of handle with the kind of energy that Michael and Karshina.
See, if you say it 3 times, it will stick. Yes.
If you approach, I don't know, I'm that kind of guy. It's like after 11 on my end, because I'm on East Coast, and I did my podcast tonight, and I have 2 little kids, so I'm a little low energy now. But if you have that kind of energy, it can work.
It can. It's good stuff that you're asking, because our book is called Skits, and Skits is short for schizophrenia, short skits that you see for theater, and that's why we delve into the world of dreams, as well as what's real and what's really a dream state. Correct. I mean, it's something that Michael talks about. We have a show also called the Skits Fun House. So that's something fun for everyone to see, but we talk about art and we let artists, talk things out, because it is very good for them to let it out sometimes. Like, oh my God, my line work, these crosshatches, Michael used to work with Todd McFarlane, so it's just like, what else can you talk about, for your art as artists? So it's all good.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people, I'm an illustrator. That's what I went to college for. But, it's hard to find jobs just doing illustration. So, I did most of my work over the last like 20, 25 years just doing graphic design. So I've done product development, graphic design, stuff like that. So, I mean, you always got to have your hands in it, always get your fingers wet and stuff. But, right now we're just trying to do illustration, trying to get this thing going. And
you're illustrating, I'm editing.
Well, this is just a whole lot of fun. And to go back to about energy, man, it's like you got to be energetic about this stuff, because if you ain't, no one else will for you. This is your project. This is your thing. If you ain't out there pimping it and being as excited as possible about it, you got to actually you go home, because no one else is going to do it for you. That's actually one of the things I learned from Todd McFarlane when I was working for him.
He's right. Valentina said the same thing.
Yeah, he's always excited. He's like, bam, right there with you. Loves to be interactive with people, got a lot of energy. You got to put it out there, and that's one thing that I dedefinitely learned from him when I was working with him.
Yeah, one of the things that
the job is like any other job. 95% of the time it's work. Sometimes you gotta dig in and you just pull your bootstraps up and do the work, and then 5% is fun. So you gotta find ways to make this like as much fun as possible as you can, because that's what's gonna get you out of the bed every day. Right? Because if you can't get out of bed, then you might as well just go do something else.
But this is what I see in bed. This is what I see. And it's scary. I don't know. It's pretty scary.
So I don't know. You say that though, right? No, because
but now continue.
Have you drawn what you wake up to? That would be like a good like channel gag. Wake up
or how did how did you guys come across that?
There were multiple people talking at once. We couldn't hear it.
Okay, how about Mel goes first? Mel, ask your question, then I'll ask mine.
Okay, so my question is that it's pretty obvious to me that Michael's been in the comics for a while. And so my question to you, Karshin, is that were you in it just as long? Were you in it before you met Michael? Or how long has your interest been?
Did he pull you in?
This nerdy girl has been in it to win it since
she reads more comics than me. She plays video games. I don't. I mean, she watches cartoons. I don't.
My first comic was Heavy Metal. That my cousin gave me. I am a girl of the 70s and 80s. Black does not crack, so I would not know how old I am. But Heavy Metal. Then of course I had Wonder Woman, and then Transformers. Ninja Turtles. It runs the gamut. But yeah, I've been in comics, video games, everything. Coursing. We're both only children, being a married couple, so it's kind of like, it's mine. No, it's mine. But yeah, it's been fun growing up with that aspect of having like comics and movies, things to be very well rounded, music, stuff like that. So when we met, it was just like perfect. It was great. I'm the actress. He's the artist. And it's just like it was a match. I think.
Yeah, it sounds like that. Yeah,
now, like a jolly family right there.
A common ground there. Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, guys, we have not moved into any stories yet, and that was one thing that we were going to do tonight. Who wants to start? Meredith backed out so that other people could log in. And actually, are we missing one here? Or yeah, we've got Henri. There we go.
How you doing?
Yeah, hello.
So I thought I heard a ding. Sorry, Henri, we left you down there in the green room.
All good.
But and Meredith, well, let me see who she said. She told me to let somebody be in charge here, Mel or An. So if we want to go, let's go around the room. Guys, this is completely new to me. You know, earlier, we were just kind of sharing some short stories. And so if that's what we want to do here, or if you guys want to do a continuation of a story or whatever it is that you all want to share, let's make sure that A, we promote next week what you guys got going on. And then B, anything that you guys got going on, where to follow you, where to keep up with what you got going on, and of course, who the hell you are and what and all that good stuff. Because we've had some people tune in since the beginning, and we went through everything earlier. But let's kind of do that again. Let's start with one place. Let's go with a story or with a background and all that good stuff. And then let's hear a short story or a chapter.
Okay, well, I don't want to break it up for you, but our understanding was that we were just going to come on here and basically talk about self-promoting ourselves and promoting and trying to understand what 101 is going to be. However, though, I do have a story that I do want to tell, right? Because I did sign up, and I told Meredith that I will tell a story. So I will do that at some point in time.
Fantastic.
And then Kurt Zauer, who will be coming in later on this evening, will have his story, I believe, that he's going to tell as well. So there will be 2 stories at least.
Okay, and that's great, guys, because like I said, Meredith just backed out and kind of left me in charge. I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants.
Coming down on her.
Don't lie. You have no pants.
No. Well, damn it. You got to out me in front of everybody?
Yeah, damn right.
Y'all go ahead and keep on. And if I see a notification come up that somebody else is trying to join in and we're full, I'll back out as well. You guys know what you're doing. I just want to make sure that y'all promote what's coming next week, and anybody that has a short story to share, let's share it, because that was kind of the theme of tonight. I've got another one that I can share if need be. This is the extended version of the Spooky Tales, folks. For those that are tuning in on Indie Vote Radio or on our podcast, we don't have an end time. We are just going to sit here. These guys have something really special coming next week. Meredith said she thinks it has to extend to 111 tales now because y'all are just getting so many contributions. But yeah, I will turn this back over to y'all, and I will mute and just let y'all have at it.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we are, just to get you guys, like everybody else up there, we're up to like 46 creatives that are signed up on here, and we're up to like 110. The cool thing about this, like in an event like this large, you expect cancellations, but guess what, folks? We have 0 cancellations, and we are less than a week away from the start of the event. So clap for that. Appreciate that. Appreciate the love and support that everybody's giving at this event. Right. So now we have Henri on here, and Henri, why don't you tell us a little bit of who you are and what you got going on?
Well, I guess I entered this business as a independent comics creator, as a self-published comics creator. I put out a series called Yisun Shin. Sorry, right here, it's on my shirt. And I just got back from working a 4-hour live shopping show, which takes about 10 hours to put together and curate everything, so I'm a little wiped out right now. But Yisun Shin's my signature comic series. It's about a Korean admiral that battled the Japanese in the 1500s. He was outnumbered 10-1, and he beat them 23 times in a row without losing. And this is all based on a true story. This guy actually existed, and we're presenting it as a trilogy of books. And as of right now, we have the first 9 of 12 issues done and out there. Stan Lee wrote the foreword to our first trade. I got to meet him on multiple occasions. I co-write the series with David Anthony Kraft, who's basically my editor, co-writer, and mentor, and he taught me pretty much everything I know about comics. Well, this is what I was doing for the last 10 years. I was going to conventions, and I was selling books, and I sold out at multiple conventions. I'm within this year I was supposed to hit 100 convention sellouts, we were selling on average about 1,000 books per show, and at one point we sold over 1,700 books in one convention, and things were just really, really going well. And then COVID hit, and then all of a sudden everything changed. And I recently got into dealing, so I am now on the Comic Book Shopping Network alongside my partner Kevin Hines, who is my cohort on selling comics. And so now we sell comics, all kinds of stuff. We sell old stuff, new stuff, cheap stuff, indie stuff, everything we can get our hands on for dirt cheap, and that we can get to our customers at really good prices. And I'm also a publisher now, so hopefully I'll be publishing some stuff. I've done freelance work. I've got new projects in the works, so I guess I'm working this industry from multiple angles, and it's been a really fun ride. I've had a chance to meet a lot of interesting people.
You know, I got to tell you this one thing, right? Because I had seen Henri, I think it was like about 3 years ago, at the Wizard World Chicago Con, right? And he had a bunch of people around his table, and I was kind of curious about this because I saw people walking by our table and they were carrying his book, and I said, "Wow, hey, look, Mog, it's an Asian book, a Korean story. Let's go check out who this guy is." And I get to his table, and his table was just crowded with people. I couldn't see him. Finally, when I get close enough to the front, I'm not in the front of the table, but I'm like off to the side, and I'm surprised. It's this white, bald-headed guy that's writing this Korean tale on a true historic account on Korea. That just blew my mind. I wanted to get it even more. I said, "Yeah, let's see how this guy's doing this." You know?
Did you just rickroll him? Is that what happened? You just rickrolled him?
I got a break.
Yeah.
And I went to his table. He had gone already. I go, "Damn."
Henri,
and we got his books, and we were able to read it. Fantastic. Very, very good book to check out, guys.
Thank you, Mel. I appreciate that saying that.
I can't wait to get my copies as well. I purchased them, and on top of that, he knows how to sell books. Like, I tune in, he got me to buy some decent, really good books. I'm pretty hesitant. I'm a big savior, but then just listening to Henri all the time, and he just sells you the book right out. And it's so fun to watch him.
Yeah, if you ever see his show, he's got so much energy. He's freaking all over the place. He's like, I don't know, it seems like he's more like dancing than trying to sell anything. You know,
it's like
up in the air, his feet going left and right. He's got books flying off the racks and going.
His little dance, because I'm crazy.
Well, I just want to comment on something I heard backstage from Michael and Karshina and Michael. It's like what you guys were saying about working for Todd McFarlane. You got to have that energy, and you know what? It doesn't matter what kind of comic you're selling. What matters is that somebody put it out there. Someone put the time in. They put the work in, and they put in. Oh, see you, Carl. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. I've already read my piece, and you've got another guest coming in, so I'm going to get out of the way. Thanks.
Take care, man.
Bye.
So as I was saying, when I was listening to what you guys were saying, I think we're all everybody's putting in a lot of energy into this business. Every time you publish anything, and it doesn't matter if it's the greatest comic or if it's the worst comic, and how can you even measure that anyway? You tell a story that comes from your heart, and you actually suffer through the man hours of actually putting it out there, of going through that grueling process of, writing a script, rewriting it, working with an artist, dealing with the artist, dealing with all the things that come with actually producing the book, getting it printed, getting it published, dealing with all the rejection, all the stuff that comes with it. If you can do that and survive, then your book has value. The second it's printed and you can present it to somebody, you are already there. You have already arrived. Now it's just a matter of how far you can take it, how far you want.
When's the next one coming out?
Yeah. And it's a
That's
never-ending cycle, right, Michael? I mean, it's got to constantly put stuff out there. Another thing I heard you saying was, you know, it's like you were doing this signing, and then like a number of years go by before the next big thing happens. So it's like that for everybody. I mean, and it's really kind of like this. What's kind of cool about right now is, it's amazing to see how we've all adapted to this new, situation that we're in, where we don't have comic conventions anymore. Which, you know, for me, that was my primary source of income for a long time. So being able to change now and realizing that I need to adapt, that's how you grow. And you just, you know, I learned from all you guys. You all learn from each other. This is an amazing business. And, you know, there are some really phenomenal creators out there who just have so much insight, so much knowledge to pass on. And it's just, how can I not have energy? How can I not get up there and like push this stuff? It's just, I love it. I love being in this business. I love being around you beautiful people.
So I got a question for everybody, because everybody has actually created something. What was the book that made you decide to do it? Because everybody's got that one that makes it, oh, this is awesome, I'm excited, and I really want to do this for some reason. We all got that book. So what is it for each of you? I'm just curious.
The book that inspired, or the book that we did?
What?
The book that inspired,
Yeah,
or the
well, we all
the
think
book that we actually did, like the one that we went
through?
through.
The book that inspired, because everybody's got that book they read that goes, oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing ever. I have to do something like this, or something. I want to do something that makes me feel that way, or in some way or another. So, what was that book for you? Everybody's got one. I mean, there's a tipping point for all of us. So,
well, you start. You start,
Yeah,
Joshua.
you start. Do it.
I start. Oh, okay. A couple of them.
She just flipped that S on you.
No, that's because she's scared to answer the question. That's so good. But for me, a couple of them. I read the Green Lantern run by Ron Marks and Darrow Banks. Like that was the one I grew up reading. I really dug that. I really dug Tim Truman's Hawk World miniseries. That was really, really freaking cool. I loved that stuff. The image era, the early image era stuff was always really fun. But if I had to pick just one issue, probably, although it's not maybe the coolest answer on this list, I really dug the old Exo-Man War when he went in outer space and was killing spider aliens. It's a very old. It's not necessarily the big one, but for me, the Bart Sears Exo-Man War stuff is just really, really freaking cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm
Bart Sears is
gonna do some
great.
shameless self-promotion, but I'm gonna respond to what you said, Josh. I'm doing a new podcast for Rogue Matter. So Rogue Matter, again, it's this big thing, and I'm gonna start talking about it a lot more. But we have a new podcast, myself and Victor Dandridge, and it's called Wednesday Forever, and we are going to be. The whole premise of it is we're interviewing established creators, and we pick some career-defining books that they've worked on, and we discuss it with them and get kind of like the behind the scenes. So we actually are interviewing Darryl Banks about Emerald Twilight next week. So the podcast will debut in probably January. We got some good names. We got Tim Steele and Fabian Nicieza, and we got Fabian. I'll tell you, Fabian Nicieza is a friend of mine, and he's
interesting. He's got so many books you could choose from him.
We picked X-Force #1 because that was like what we wanted to, and he's like, "Why would you pick that piece of crap?" And
my personal favorite for him is actually is the Red Robin run. I think his Red Robin series is very underrated.
Yeah,
it's really, really good stuff.
We'll have him on many times, but you just mentioned Darryl Banks, and it's like, yeah, we're gonna be talking about the entire Emerald Twilight. He's
very underrated. I think very good, cool.
Yeah, that's cool stuff.
Anybody else? I dare to answer. Is anybody else going to step up?
I was going to say, go ahead, Mike.
Oh, I was just going to say, okay, I got two books, okay? So the first book that actually got me interested in comics in the first place, the very first book I bought off the shelf when it came out was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles #2 of the original black and white series.
Oh my God.
You stole my answer. That's amazing.
I'm jealous.
There you go.
There's no stealing here, thank you. There's no stealing.
But that's what got me into comics. So, I mean, that's the first thing where it's like, okay, bam, I'm in. But the second thing that really made me want to make comic books was probably Dave McKean's covers on the Sandman.
Oh, that's a good choice. Yeah, you
Good
said
choice.
yeah.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Ninja Turtles, right? So that was what I grew up on as a cartoon show, and then I stumbled across like the Archie version, so it was like number 5 with Man Ray on the cover.
Yeah.
Which never made it into the cartoon, and I was like, wow, I can continue enjoying Ninja Turtles, and that put me down the rabbit hole to then discover like the black and whites, and that's when, and I still remember I think it was number 10 when and they used this in the movie, you know, when it was Leonardo that got cornered by the foot soldiers in the apartment, and he's battling them and that was like the original movie in 1990. They used basically the entire first 10 issues or 12 issues of that black and white run to do the movie, which is still, I don't know if it's an underrated movie. It's a freaking awesome movie. I don't know if you guys have seen that in a long time.
It's still the best.
It's great, right?
Yeah, the first one's awesome.
Yeah, that was the book where I remember reading, kind of like you know, like just like your eyes are open to like, wow, I didn't know you could do this. Like, like that's
awesome.
Cool, you know.
My couple of books, I'm gonna go traditional route. Was Bram Stoker's Dracula. I mean, that in itself is a book of all books that everyone knows, and then when you start to see it in print, like in comic book form, you start seeing like cartoons.
The one that was put out by Topps.
I'm talking about the actual novel.
Oh, okay.
And then when it goes into like Topps, and then it goes into all the others, would be for that, because I am a horror buff and I love horror as well, since I have my own horror production company. Yay! And then like I got into mine was not Daryl Banks, so mine was L.A. Banks, who did a lot of vampire stuff. Same thing with Poppy Zebright. And those things went into like Anita Blake, with Laura K. Hamilton. All those things turned into some comics as well. And then, of course, like the traditional comics and stuff of that nature. And fun fact, my turtle fans, which my husband already knows, I studied Aikido under Toshiro Obata, sensei, which of course, hello, Mr. Foot Clan and man himself. Yes, thank you very much. So if you go back, that was my sensei. So there's our turtle sort of
round the room.
Is there anybody that's not a Ninja Turtles fan? I'm still reading the current run. I still love this stuff.
I just read the last.
Got that much into it.
I totally am loving Last Ronin. Got a number of copies of that, and we auctioned them off, and it went for big bucks already. I thought that first issue was solid. If you guys haven't read it yet, try and get your hands on it. It is a hot.
I got it from a comic shop in Calgary, Alberta. I used to go to frequently, so they're sending it my way. So I get to read it in a couple weeks. I just love that run. That run is very, very good. So
nice.
Yep, I read it just 1 hour ago, to be perfectly honest with you. I just got done reading it. So.
Right, so here's my turtle story. Right, so I think it was like about 21, right? And I was going to my local comics book shop, and this is like 1981, so that gives you an idea like how old I am. And comic shops there just wasn't very many around that time, especially in Hawaii. Right, so I'm over there. I'm picking up my stack of comic books. It just came in. It's Thursday. New comics books came in on Thursday during that time, and I got a stack in my hand, and there's this kid right next to me. He's like 5 or 6 years old, and he's picking up the Turtles magazine. I think they were up to like number 3 at that time, and he was trying to like get more. And he goes, "Wow, this is so cool! This is so cool!" And I'm looking at it, dude. I go, dude, it's black and white. It's not even in color. How is it so cool? Man, this is Turtles, man. Look at this, man. They're so cool looking. And I go, dude, take my word of advice for it. Okay, that's not going to amount to anything at all. 3 months later, man, I see the guy 3 months later, man. He's got a stack of Turtles in his hands, and he goes, "Wow, look at all this. Anybody want to buy? They're $100 each."
You know how much that first issue is going for now? $75,000.
Wow,
incredible!
You could buy a damn house with that kind of money. I mean, like seriously.
I got the fourth print or something like.
Yeah, so I've got the third or fourth printings of them. Yeah, it's not going to amount that.
I've got issue 2 through 7 or 2 through 10 or like all the.
I'm
Who was the first edition? Who said that?
Yeah,
I've got the first. I get you 2 through 10. I got all the first.
You got a small fortune there, dude. They're hard to find.
Yeah.
They're really hard.
Well,
I'm not telling those.
I don't blame you. I'm just saying.
Independence during that time. That they came out when independents were just starting up. Right?
Yeah.
So the print runs were super, super low.
Yeah.
Like 3,000. I think they did 3,000 copies.
Yeah.
So Connie, you said you have first edition. So where are they?
Draw a map specifically.
Like,
with instructions.
Well, just in general, I'm a little bit more into the European thing, and we were still on the original thing, what inspired you.
Yeah.
So I was going to say something else. I was going to show you something else, and that's European comics. That's the Chronicles of the Black Moon, which is actually a really cool thing from Le Droit Faudoil. That's a French thing with a lot of dragons, a lot of fantasy and everything. So that's a little bit more my take on all this kind of shit. So it's a lot different, but I've never really started thinking that I could do it until this year. And I don't know why. I think it's like Stephen King said when he wrote like on writing, you don't know where your ideas come from or when your inspiration is going to hit you. Just all of a sudden you just know that I'm going to go with that. And then all of a sudden it just blooms around that and you don't know where it's going to go. And all of a sudden you've got a whole story and then you're like, oh shit, it's happening. and it keeps on going. And I'm just on that train right now. And I just hope that it's going to come out as well as I imagine it does.
That's interesting to hear because the European market is different from the American market, where they do
it's a lot
more fantasy, a lot more adult material that's there, and it's been that way for like a long time. Right? And that's one of the things in the 80s when I was already like 10 years deep into comics. I wanted more, right? And that's when I was really picking up more on like Epic Magazine and Heavy Metal and other things like that, and picking up other graphic novels from European artists, if I could find them, right? And they were hard to get, right? But you had some really good artists like Louis Royo who like do some fantastic stuff out there, and it's good to still see his work out there. Right? So it's nice now that we're going global and we're seeing all this different artwork from all over the world, especially from Europe. We're seeing a large influx of European artists having a great influence on us as we are on them, right? And you see their cons flourishing as well as ours. So that's great. And so, good time that you're coming into 101 Tales, bringing your side, your experience, and your diversity into this. Really, really appreciate that.
I have to say I was devastated when Uderzo died, the creator of Asterix. I mean, he was like, that was like earth shattering. Like everybody in Europe, everybody in Europe has read Asterix. I don't know what you.
He's the medieval cartoon guy that he has a sword and all this. And he's great.
It's amazing. Everybody when they were growing up in Germany, they all read this like religiously. Whenever one came out, like, do you have it yet? No, I haven't read it. Oh shit! Like something else to buy. It's Christmas soon. I've got to get it. So he passed away. The creator passed away not too long ago. So that was devastating.
And the thing I heard that in Germany, that manga is still really, really super huge over there. Is that still true?
I'm not so sure, but with German taste, you never know what the hell's going on. They latch on to weird things, and you're like, where the hell did this come from? Why Hasselhoff, right? What the hell?
Hasselhoff!
You mean like Ninja Turtles?
Well, you want to know something that's crazy about Asterix? My very good friend Jim Salicrup, he's actually publishing Asterix right now in the U.S. So he brought Asterix to the U.S. So if you guys have a chance to check it out, he's putting it out under his own publishing banner, Paper Cuts, and I believe it's available now. And guys, I'm so sorry I got a jet. And Connie, I'm sorry I didn't mean to cut you off. Michael Karshinia, it was nice meeting you guys. Mog, Mel, love you guys. Love you. Love all you guys. Be healthy, be safe. I'll see you guys soon. 101 Tales. Love it all. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you for having me.
Okay. So we have Giovanni on here. Sorry, I didn't see you there earlier, but
Hello.
Giovanni, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you bring to the table?
Well, thank you for having me on. I'm a writer from. I currently have a Kickstarter going on for my debut comic, which is Neon: The Next Victim, which is an '80s styled slasher slash Giallo, story. So I'm pretty excited about that to finally have something that I've worked on for 10 years finally coming out, and people can look it up right now on Kickstarter.
Oh, fantastic. So Giovanni, one of the questions that was put out is, what was it that made you decide that you wanted to do comics?
Oh man, for me, I gotta say, for me, it was back in the early '90s, and it was Spawn #1 from Todd McFarlane. Just because growing up, you grew up seeing X-Men, all that stuff like that, and for me to finally see like the big Image craze come out, start, and just seeing that artwork, seeing like a darker superhero, right, really like spoke to me. But what really made me want to like create my own comic books eventually was later on, like I became an adult, I really fell in love with like like different types of creator like Frank Miller and stuff like that, but also Michael Turner, the guy who created Fathom, where like looking at his life story and stuff like that, and looking at all he overcame to publish his own comic book Aspen and stuff like Aspen Comics, it really inspired me because it really made me think like, what, we're not here forever, and if we don't give something that shot, then we're gonna regret it. And so just thinking about his life and stuff like that really made me think about like, what, I really want to make this happen, so I'm going to try my best to really make it happen for myself.
Fantastic.
That's amazing. Awesome. Isn't it amazing like how like the early '90s was such an inspiration? Like it was so like Hassan Godwin, who's my co-host on my podcast, like we talk about it, like that was a creative like wellspring of I mean, not just comics, music was amazing, like movies were amazing. I mean, it was really like this right. I mean, you can ask anybody, and not that I think comics are great today, but they're so different as opposed to back then when it just seemed like everyone was just trying to top each other in a good way, like a healthy competition, and it just was it was fantastic. So.
I wonder what you think, Michael, because I agree with you. I think the 90s had a lot of different things going on, and it seems like the 2000s were a really bad time for everything creative. Like all the pop stuff coming out was not creative, and the comics were not great, and so I wonder, like what happened, right? Like we had this awesome output in the 90s, and then the 2000s was just like, ugh.
Well, I mean, I'll say this though, right? Like, I think there's mentioned Michael Turner, right? I mean, his heyday was really like late '90s, early 2000s, and so I mean, he was somebody that came through and kind of shown himself to be something different than what had come before, but with the same kind of like star power. Alan Caldwell, another guy who his work is amazing. I think Marvel and DC, to be honest with you, had fallen off from like '95 until like early 2000s anyway, and then you had things like Identity Crisis, and you had things like Civil War, and you had things, that they started doing that. All of a sudden, it was fun to be in comics again. Grant Morrison's X-Men, right? I think that's another 2000 book, a run on the mainstream stuff that was really good. And then meanwhile, you had all the indie books. I think you had that's when Walking Dead started. That's when Invincible and Larson Savage Dragon continued to go and was just like a fun read. Stray Bullets is one of my favorite books of all time. I don't know if you guys read that at all. That's and that had a run in the 2000s. So I don't know. I think it's nowadays, right? Like we get up here and talk comics, through live streaming, right? Like, I mean, picture that 30 years ago, like just that was unfathomable. And so I just think there's more avenues for books to get out there. Image was a big thing to letting more books out there. So once you start kind of flooding the market with more stuff, and it's all good stuff, I think it just takes away the shine on some of some of what had come before. I mean, think about it. All the top creative talents had to work at Marvel or DC. Like had to, right? There was no.
That's the reason why you call it the top two.
Yeah.
Is those top two, then you had Image, and then now you have other comics that are out there publishing, like you have Alterna for independence, you have Scout Comics, you have all kind of other things. But we found that for indie creators, and I don't, like even Giovanni had mentioned it, the big turnaround for us is having crowdfunding comics. So you can find us on Indiegogo, you can find others on Kickstarter, and that even turned the industry on its head as well to say, hey, we are not with the top two, you know, we've tried, but we have a great story to tell. You know, we're doing stuff like 101 Tales, or, you know, we have our own system together, or a convention, but no one really wants to, I guess, put forth the effort until you do. So we do it with crowdfunding comics.
Well, also one of the big things is I know myself, I never wanted to work for Marvel or DC or any of those, you know, like most of the characters just don't really speak to me like they did maybe when I was like 12 or 13 or something like that. You know, maybe I might want to do a Spider-Man or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but for the most part, I just don't want to do any of that sort of stuff. Plus, I don't want to do the monthly thing where it's like churn and burn, churn and burn. I want to go back to the 90s when some of those books, 80s and 90s, that were coming out, like from Kent Williams. You got Bernie Wrightson was doing some really cool stuff in the 70s and 80s. John J. Muth. I really like the artist type stuff, you know. It was Dave McKean. It was like, that's the stuff that I've really enjoyed. And that type of stuff, usually it takes a little bit longer to do. You know, they were putting out a book, you know, and for me, when we were actually thinking about doing skits, I was like, this is the way I want to do it. I want to do it in those styles like Dave McKean was doing, where he had like paintings in his book. He had ink and simple color. He had pencil work. You know, that's how we're doing skits. We got 3 different art styles in it. And it's like it's running that gambit. And I wanted to do what made me excited about comics back then. So there you go.
So what I think this is a traditional publishing thing as well going on even with books, because I do a lot of books. And what's happened is, well, everybody's got access now in all kinds of different information that we never had in the past. So if you got, like, for example, you got like a zombie penguin vampire story, there is an audience for zombie penguin vampires, right? It exists somewhere. And the thing is, we have 7 to 8 billion people on this planet with a computer and access. So what's happened now in both traditional publishing in terms of books and comics is, okay, yeah, Batman still sells. You got like the big established properties that still do very, very well. But if you're up and coming, you no longer need to necessarily go down those avenues. The trick now is finding whatever your niche is. And that can be anything really, and letting people know you're out there. And the interesting thing about that, and I don't know where this is going to be going forward, thanks to what happened now, is, well, traditional publishing, I think, is going to exist in some form or fashion. But I think the question, as just us as artists, but also as businessmen, what do they offer now that we can't get on our own in some way or another? I mean, prestige is nice, but but this is the businessman in me. I want to get paid. I mean, that's just how I look at it, right? And if you're offering me something that I can already get on my own, why would I deal with you? That's why. And the thing about Kickstarter in particular, it's the second biggest comic publisher, I think, in North America.
22 million this year, I think.
Yeah.
It's 22 million. I think that's how many books.
Which tells you, and what's happening now is also much like our business is backlist. Whatever we make up front does whatever, but when we have a backlist, whenever we make something new, our backlist does as well. So now on Kickstarter, right? I mean, how many of you have tiers of stuff you've previously done? And I bet you every time you do them, they keep doing better and better and better and better. And the reason being is, I just discovered you. You're awesome. I want to get all your work. And so you've created your own fan base. You've established your own audience. You've built your own business.
It's very entrepreneurial. Yeah.
No, that's what's happened. Like, what's happened now is all these companies are going, well, we can't pay you anymore, or we won't pay you anymore. And now you're saying, that's fine. We have all this access to so many people. Let's find our niche, whatever that niche is, and let's just do it because somebody somewhere out there is going to like what we're doing. The trick is, you know, is getting out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like that, Joshua, a lot, but I worry about like how do you how long does it take to find your audience, right? Like how long does it take to find that group of people that are going to give you, like, and I'm the rookie in the room, right? Like, so this is my first book, and I'm super excited about it. You know, it's like everything that I've loved the experience of putting it together. But like my books get delivered tomorrow, so now the real work begins of like, who's going to buy my book? How do I find the people who like kung fu, blaxploitation films, early hip hop, and the Warriors?
Can I answer your question? Can I give you a potential starting point? You go to a Reddit forum and you look up Black Dynamite, and you find that Black Dynamite forum because that's kind of what you're doing anyway, right? Like, Midnight Man ain't quite the same thing, but you're hitting that niche, right? So you look up like the stuff that you really love that you're doing, and you try to find those spots on Reddit. You try to find those spots on Twitter and Instagram and LinkedIn and all these spaces. You go, hi, my name is Chris. I write books and I'm awesome. And you do it in your own way that's really fun and entertaining. And right, or just legitimately, authentically you. And you do that, and suddenly people go, hey, this guy is funny, or hey, this guy is good, right? Until eventually, right, you may not see it right away with the first book, or in my case, the first podcast. But what eventually happens is everything you do has a following, and like I said, it might be the second book, it might be the third, it might be the fifth, but eventually what just starts happening is once you establish a track record of what you do, and you reach the people that you think are going to do it, are going to like your stuff, you're going to find a connection. And if you don't find a connection there, then maybe that's not your group of people, and then you just keep looking until you find them. And eventually it's like,
exactly.
Hey, I got it. That's how you get.
It's all about building
marathon,
your
one
base.
way or the other.
That's what it comes down to. You can follow these guys that have started way before, like in the 90s. You look at guys like Brian Polito, everybody knows that. But there's other guys as well. You got Billy Tushy who's doing She. You got Joseph Linsner who is doing Dawn. All these guys did it in a market that wasn't really there, right? Their numbers were low, but look at them now. Billy Tushy just comes back, and he does a killer Kickstarter on his She, right? Pulling in numbers that he's never seen before, right? And the thing that I've always said, even to my workers or my employees, that if you have the passion, if you have the dream, and you are brave enough to follow that, put your love into it, and people are going to see that love, and they're gonna feel it, right? And they're gonna want to know like what exactly you're doing, and they'll get into it, right? And it's that attitude that you got to have, that you're going to share with this customer base that you're trying to build.
Exactly.
And you're going to build it just like they did, right? It's just like one layer at a time. Just don't give up. Keep it going.
And just to piggyback, Josh and Chris and Mel and everyone on the panel that has all this good advice, we're going to be going in just a few minutes for the Skits team. But just to real quick tell you about it, we have a thing, we always say, you got to sell the sizzle. If you are not marketing yourself, and if you are not putting yourself out there, and I understand that artists or creatives are shy or this, it's like, no, you have to have your own talk show. You have to be out there, because no one is going to find you unless you put yourself out there. Yeah. I love all kinds of like, ooh, look, what kind of 32 flavors are out there? Well, I don't know. I got to go taste them all, right? You got to put yourself out there to find what will make everything click. We had a question posed to us about skits being so successful on Indiegogo. Like, man, I put in like a month of work, and I was like, a month of what?
Yeah.
Because we took about 6 to 9 months to know the audience that we were looking for. Yeah. To find a mailing list, like, put out the artwork, do all the stuff. We were selling the sizzle. Yep. Because when you wake up in the morning, and whether you're vegan or not, but you smell the bacon, you're like, what is that? right? You smell it, but you don't know what it is. So what we were doing was selling the sizzle. You hear it, You're using those auditorial senses. You're smelling it. You're using those phylactic nerves. You're finding out, what is my nose doing, Toucan Sam? Like, where am I going? What's leading me? And when you find that niche, it will come. I mean, yes, if you build it, it will come.
So you really just got to take the time and do it, man. It takes time and time. You just need to keep hitting people and putting yourself out there, introducing yourself. But
that's genuinely, not just, hey, my art's good, you must love me. It's like, I don't love you. I don't know you.
Though, right? Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that we're doing Kickstarters now, or you have YouTube, or you have all this stuff. Like, it's still the same. It was the same when I was breaking in, like, in the early 2000s. Like, I hustled at every convention. It was just a different way of, what I mean? Like, that was it. I used to do, 5, 6, 7 conventions a year and get the table. And I mean, I still have people on my original mailing list from 2001 that still buy my stuff. And
that's a great thing. We're going to be leaving in just a moment.
I know, we
want to say thank you.
Just before Michael and Kashana.
Sheena, come on.
There you go. Just before they leave, on that note as well, that's what I am trying to get people to connect to, the creatives as well. It's more than just your story, more than just the products you're putting in front of. It's the tell behind the tells. There's so much work and hours and heart and passion put into all these work that you now can enjoy. So I want people to also understand that. Someone once told me, like, oh, you got to make it seem easy for people to buy it. I was like, I think people appreciate seeing you sweat and work it out. Like, you see those people watching basketball players or like football players sweating it on the court. We're over here sweating behind the computer or like on paper. So I think that's what people appreciate, and it's not so much of a mystery anymore. That's something they want to see, and there's so much great stuff going on.
So I'm gonna let them wrap up real quick before they disappear. I just want to do one last piece of advice before you disappear. If that's okay, then let you guys take over. Chris, I just became a freelancer for like last 6 months, and the biggest challenge I had to figure out so I have able success. Rule 5 is get out of your own way. What I did was I had to look honestly about myself and go, okay, what do I do well? What don't I do well? And what's my niche in that? It took me about 6 months before I recognized the fact that my niche was I'm good at talking to people and making an ass of myself. That's my niche. I'm really good at that. And that's what I'm trying to do going forward. You have to look at what your work is and who you are honestly, and what you're good at and what you're not. Do the things you're good at and focus on that one thing at a time. Don't build it, try to do everything at once. Do it just one thing at a time, and you will find like one thing does lead to another. It really does. Don't overblow it by doing everything at once. Just do the things you're good at and comfortable. Now I'm going to shut up so Michael and Karshina can actually just disappear.
Yeah, I want to put you guys on the big screen here, let people know where they can find you. And of course, 101 Tales next week from November 17th through the 21st. So where can people find you guys?
Wow. We are going to be doing the 101 Tales for the 21st, I believe. So we're really excited about that. Yep. And thank you so much, thank you, Mog, thank you, Mel, for actually inviting us to do that. So you can catch us there to do that. But we are going to be there on the 21st. So check and make sure you sign up to check us there. We're also on YouTube at Skits Comic. Like I said before, we have a show that we do, a couple of shows. We do the Skits Funhouse, where Michael takes over, and then we do Come Get Some. That's right. So you can come get some, because everybody wants to come get some. That's right. So we do that. We talk about indie comics, and I am extending our offer to all of you creatives to come onto the show. Just come talk to us. Where you can find us on Twitter at Skits Comic.
Skits Comic. Mm-hmm. And then also yours?
I'm also at Karshina J on Twitter, as well as come_get_some _2, because you gotta come get some too, right?
I want you on my show. I want you on my show.
Yes.
I want some now.
And we also check us out at Verse Films on Twitter, which is at Verse Films Productions. We do horror as well. So check us out. And of course, the big drum roll, Indiegogo.
Indiegogo. I mean, we're Skits Comic on Indiegogo. Just come check us out. That's Skits the Sun, Book 1. And remember, when you get this, I mean, we're the only people out there that's got 3 books, 3 variant covers with 3 variant stories. How many people are doing that? We got 3 variant interiors to our books. I mean, this is just awesome.
Choose your own adventure.
Choose your own adventure or get all 3 and complete this insane story.
And you get to get some of these perks here, which is the Skits mask. We also have all kinds of perks. So just check us out on Indiegogo. We would appreciate that. Check us out on the 101 Tales on the 21st. And thank you, panel.
Thank you. It was nice to meet everybody and talk to everybody. It was
Baby
awesome.
Yoda says, come get Skits.
Baby Yoda won.
You're awesome.
Yes.
Love it.
Guys, thank you so much. Stay safe.
Thank you,
God bless. And bye.
I'm going to cut in as well. I got 2 young kids that wake up super early. And we're East Coast time.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Michael.
But thank you, Mog and Mel, for having me on. Nice to meet
Michael,
you
go
as well.
ahead.
Thank
You know
you
what?
for
Before
putting
you go, quickly tell everybody where they can find you, and then you can let yourself out.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to say November 20th. Come find me at 101 Tales at 12 p.m. Eastern. I'll be talking about all this kind of fun stuff. Go to roguematter.com and you can check out a short story I have up there right now for a series called Key to the City. Time Trader's coming out in 2021. I'm at Sire_Studios on Twitter, at Sire Studios everywhere else, Instagram, Facebook. Go check out the Sire. That's also my baby. That's what got me my first book in there as well too. It's about a superhero forged by his own costume to fight evil. And I think. Oh, and Rogue Wave Podcast every Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, Facebook.com/Rogue Matter Podcasts. Would love to connect with everybody after as well too. So feel free to friend me and we'll message. And I'm going to bed, folks.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you.
Now you know who I'm going to bring on the big screen is.
Yeah.
Lord.
In and out. I think it might be the internet. I don't know if it's me, but please introduce yourself because you've been kind of silent this whole time. Can you hear us? Oh no. Well, we won't give him the pressure of being on the big screen. I think he's frozen again. All right.
I'm so sorry, Jack. Yeah.
That sucks.
Well, while we're at it,
Chris is playing. We want to hear what you're playing.
Yeah.
Seem to be having problems. Everybody's kind of now.
I see you, Mog. What are you doing, Mog?
SOS.
Let me try a different device. This is not.
Just sent him a message, so hopefully he'll get that. Yeah.
Okay.
But let's continue.
Yeah, no, we wanted to hear a little bit of what Chris was playing, as long as it's not like copyright.
All right, no. So I know there's a bunch of people who live in Hawaii, and so I am not a great ukulele player, but I just like the noodle. So I've just been playing this, and I'm listening to everybody talk, and I don't know. It's like you guys are amazing, and it's really fun to hear your stories and to hear about the things you accomplished. And I don't know, the song just kind of came out. Just a little noodle.
My friends would love if you played with them. You played very well. That was very good. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Well,
that was awesome.
Well, please.
Hey, Jack, can you hear us now?
Jack's
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. And so tell us about yourself and what you're bringing to the table, Jack.
All right, so I'm a self-published author. I live in Chicago. I write supernatural fantasy horror. I'm concerned mainly with angels and demons, kind of end times type stories. I have 2 books published. The first one is The Last Demon Hunter, and the second one is Rules of Engagement. And I am currently working on the third.
Wow, so this is all one series?
Yes, it's all one series.
Okay, fantastic. And are they all on Amazon at this time?
Yes. Yeah, they're Amazon in paperback and in KDP.
So we've been talking about like how some of us, the kind of problems that we've been having to get our stuff out there. You're coming from a different, somewhat different industry, but it does overlap with us because we did meet you at the Wizard Con in Chicago. So for you as more of a novelist, what are some of the things that hinder you to getting your books out there, or getting the reaching to the public?
Well, one thing I noticed at the very beginning was lack of product, so that's just a time thing. Another one is self-promotion, being out there marketing. As a self-published author, like any other artist, you have to be able to market yourself, and if people don't know you're out there, they're not going to know to even look at you and buy your product.
Right. Cool. Fantastic. And do you do a lot of shows then?
I've been doing a lot of Comic Cons over the last few years. I'm trying to do anywhere between 4 and 7 a year. Was really looking forward to this year, hitting up about 7 or 8, but with COVID, everything kind of stopped. So I'm hoping next year when things start opening, since I have some on that I already paid for but got canceled, that I can just swing into those.
Right. But you're also working full time, and from what I was hearing with your discussion with Magna, you're pulling in some fantastic overtime hours in there. So you got that nice little niche where, like, when next year comes around, man, you can just hit all these cons up with all that extra money you got there. Right now, are you planning to do shows outside of Illinois? Are you going to expand your market, or are you thinking about expanding your market into other areas?
I would like to. Right now, I'm trying to focus on the tri-state area. Trying to hit up, so I'm focusing more on the nearby Wizard Worlds, MightyCon. I was doing some PureCon, some smaller conventions that are taking place in colleges.
Cool. Now I see that that's Jacob here.
Hey guys.
Hey Jacob, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about yourself and what you got going?
Well, my name's Jacob. I'm a comicaholic like everyone else.
All right, Jacob.
How you doing?
I'm the writer and co-creator of a self-published book called Yule's Vision, and I'm also the owner of Fairy Metal Photography. We do a lot of the metal printing in the comic book industry for the different publishers and a lot of artists and things like that. For everyone from Zenoscope to Coffin Comics to people like Mog herself, of course, and other people in the industry, artists that are looking for a new way of doing prints and getting attention at their booths during shows. Obviously not this year, like everyone knows. So I get to kind of double dip into the comic industry that way.
Cool. If you guys haven't seen the product that Jacob puts out for metal prints, I got to tell you, it is quality stuff, very affordable. You can make a very good profit margin off of his product, and I highly recommend him. I just got in a second order from Jacob, and we're very, very happy with the product. We haven't released any pictures on it because we're trying to put it out as an exclusive. But you can go to Comixplex.com during the show, November 17th to the 21st, to take a look at what we've got, along with all the other medals that we'll have available. So Jacob, you just finished Yuli's Vision number 3, I believe, right?
Yep.
When are you planning to put out your next issue now?
We're waiting on. I think we're waiting on the last like 5 pages of number 3 to come back from our colorist, and then we'll be getting that Kickstarter fulfilled and sent out to everybody, of course. And then from there, we'll start working on number 4. I've already got the script finished for it, so yay me! But I'll start working on getting some people in for like covers for number 4, and Chad's already raring to go as soon as he gets the lettering done for issue 3. He wants to get right into number 4, so I'm hoping if the holidays don't delay things too much, for his art time, we'll probably be able to do like February for the launch of number 4.
Fantastic.
So that's my hope.
Yeah, and you've only got like one title that you're putting out, which is really interesting. You're not trying to like do too much, and which is what I like, because you're really focusing on trying to make this a quality product. But what are some of the issues that you had in trying to get this Yuli's Vision out there through Kickstarter?
The biggest part is really the expanding the visibility and the name recognition, because while I work with a lot of people that have big names, that doesn't mean that I am. I'm a nobody in terms of this. I'm the smallest fish in the pond, because I'm starting at ground zero with no recognition in terms of my name being on the cover of a book. That doesn't draw anybody. No one knows who I am. So I've drawn people in, starting with getting attention through cover artists for variants and things like that, and then those people have been coming back because they like what I'm doing, and I'm very, very appreciative of that. And building. Chad Heinrich is the artist on the book, and Chad and I are building our universe very slowly, very methodically, so that we don't just flood stuff with a bunch of ideas and maybe something will stick to the wall. We want to build it and have that fan base grow and have an easy opportunity of being able to establish the book, the world, the characters, and people like them, get feedback, and use that towards like spin-offs and things if the characters are popular or not. Do we have plans for things? Yes, we do. But if things don't, if people respond to different characters in a different direction than I do, then I'll go and adjust and adapt to that plan. So
now we've got half of us here, it looks like, haven't really done any online shows before. Is 101 going to be your first one?
This will be my first one. Yep.
Yeah. And how do you feel about that?
I'm anxious, a little nervous, excited. I think it'll be fun. If I get 8 people in here watching me while I'm talking about my book, I'll be doing good.
And 8 is considered a lucky number by the Chinese. So if you get 8, man, you're super lucky.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna talk about the book for a while and show some artwork off, and I've got a couple like things to like reveal and announce as like stuff, just fun stuff to talk about. I'm just gonna have fun with it. It's you gotta have fun with it.
Exactly. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That and I was saying that it's about 95% of the time it's going to be work, right? And you got to pull your bootstraps up, and 5% is going to be really fun. So you've got to find out, dig within yourself to make that 95% worthwhile. Get out of bed every day, and that's what you got to do. So.
Yep, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
You got to engage everybody. You got to get everyone going, and hopefully they'll take an interest in what we're all talking about. All of our projects, and ask questions and get interactive with it that way. That's kind of the goal, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Mel, I meant to say this earlier. It's interesting to hear you talk and hear all these other creators talk. As a professional musician who's toured and done album promotions, it's all the same thing, right? It's getting out, it's meeting people, it's finding your audience, it's connecting with those folks, and it's continually putting out product that they're interested in and that they're excited to listen to. It's no different. It's just a different creative.
Very much so.
Yeah. What I think too is that because of COVID, we have actually an advantage that we're starting to realize, and it's this online presence that we're having, because it's allowing us to connect, right? And in this connection with everybody here, like you guys here, we're developing a support system that's allowing us to network where we can share our resources, ideas, and figure out how to move into this new market where the brick and mortar stores are disappearing. That's just not working. The diamond system that everybody relied on before is on the wayside. So we're going into a new era, and it's kind of scary because we're not really sure what we want, what we need to do to survive in this new world of comics. But it's exciting, it's interesting. I look at the campaign side, like the Kickstarters and Indiegogos. It's closer to more of a free system than we've ever had before, right? Because we're going straight to the consumers and getting the money out of their pockets and knocking out the middleman. At least most of it, you know. You see guys
this is becoming.
that are doing some of this on the side, you know, like Murat Michaels. He's not using Kickstarter, right? He's using dealers. He's using doing a different way, and I got a feeling it might come to that. We have the technology for that, but he's got the connections, and I think that might be something that we may consider alongside Kickstarter and Indiegogo. And who knows? I don't know if, you know, maybe Diamond will still be around in some shape or form. But these are new markets that are being developed now, and it's the fact that you guys are here trying to explore those new markets and seeing like what it's going to take. I think that's going to help get you a foot in the door ahead of everybody else. So guys like Jacob and Henri and Meredith, I know she's getting ready to put out her book as well. Same thing with Connie. We're at this beginning of this new era here, so it's scary and exciting. It is. How do you guys feel about that?
It is a lot of uncharted territory for a lot of people. For doing the social networking that's required these days, the Kickstarters, the Indiegogos, all of it. They're the crowdfunding aspect of it. And it's all a crash course learning and watching and taking notes from what everyone's doing. And learning that not everybody will succeed in the same way as everyone else does. At least that's my 2 cents.
Yep.
And everybody, please welcome Jim Noble. Hey. Well, introduce yourself really quickly, and if you guys aren't talking, put your mic on mute, and then if you have something to say, just kind of raise your hand. I think that would be easier because I'm hearing some feedback and stuff like that. I don't know if it's me.
Okay, I'm Jimmy Noble. I'm the writer and creator of Totally Rad Comics. I currently have a project going on Kickstarter right now, Totally Rad Life of Violet. Number 4/Neon the Next Victim. Number 1. We have 32 hours left. We're at $18,933, and we have 202 backers currently.
All right, that's exciting.
We've had a few successful campaigns now, right? Can you give us
this is my
tips
fifth
to you
crowdfunding.
guys here that are starting to come on to Kickstarters and Indiegogo? Any tips you can share with us on how to get a successful campaign going?
Network, share it out, tell everybody, go on all the Facebook pages you can, go to your comic shops, share it out to your friends, family, enemies, anybody you know that has access to the internet. I can't stress that enough. Also, make sure that your product is somewhat complete. If you can have it complete, that's a good selling point to say, hey, I don't need Kickstarter. I just need to know how many X amount of books I need to print, and it's ready to go. So people like that a lot more.
And that is a great tip right there at the very end, because as everyone knows, when we were going in the 90s buying comic books, as much as we love Image now, a lot of their books were like really, really late, right? And it killed a lot of good books during that time, and it was kind of like sad to see. But there were some like good works out there. I remember I went to go visit Pat Lee during that time. He just started on Tomb Raider, right? And I was a retailer. I had like 2 comic book shops at that time, and doing a bunch of other stuff. And then he asked me, Mel, for my book to become successful and not fall on the side like everybody else, what do I need to do? I just told him, there's only one thing you need to do, Pat. Turn your book in on time. Right? And he actually listened. He got his book out there every month. It might have been 1 week late, but he got his book out there every month, and he had a successful run on Tomb Raider, right? And I even told him, look, your art doesn't even have to be that great, right? These guys are just starting to be able to read the books, and if you put it out there consistently, they will pick it up and remember it, right? But when your book is like 9 months or a year late, they forgot what that story was about, and they're not going to want to pick it up. Consistency is the key. Just like if you work for any publisher, they're going to tell you, you got to meet the deadlines. Meet the deadlines. That's the number one thing they always tell you that you need to do. And the other time.
I think that's great advice. In fact, it's kind of funny. Like I do mostly prose, and I wrote in a comment earlier that I kind of tripped into comic books, and then the community kind of grabbed me and dragged me the rest of the way in, because this is not a path that I ever thought I was going to be in. And I love it. I love the creative process. I love these are my people, the creative people, the artists, the musicians, the writers. I mean, it's just, this has always been my people. I've always been like the odd one in my family. So they're like, what the hell do we do with this child? And where did this stuff come from? So, so seeing this, coming from a background in prose, those deadlines, speaking to what Mel was saying, are so important, because without them, you could take a story and kill it because you've edited forever, and you just kill it, and you get to the point where you hate it, and then you're just like, okay. But those deadlines, man, they make you love it, they make you hate it, but it makes you move. It gets you off your ass and off your desk, and I think that is so important.
Yeah. Now back in the 90s, when they were still using 4-color press, like out of Canada, right? If you miss your deadline, like if you're with Marvel or DC and you miss your deadline, that was a $10,000 mistake, because it would, the Marvel would still have to pay the printers $10,000, and then if they wanted to get you back on schedule to be able to squeeze you in there, you had to pay an additional cost on top of your regular cost. So you're out of. You put your publisher a few $1,000s back in there. So Jack, for you're working independently, doing a novel. Do you set a deadline for yourself, and how do you keep that deadline?
I do have deadlines, but they're not because I am working a full-time job. It's not like a set. Is going to be done by this exact date. I give myself more of a time frame. I make that just a little malleable, but not too much. And I just try to basically work on my book at the very least on lunch every day. and I can get a lot of work
Can I
done.
ask this question? Because it sounds like obviously you can't just do a deadline, but it sounds to me like you've disciplined yourself to always be creative. Is that accurate? Yeah.
Yes.
How important has that been for you to keep moving?
Oh, it keeps me focused on the projects that I'm working on, and it has actually allowed me to get 2 books published. Maybe not as much as I would have liked, but I am getting better and more. The deadline I have right now is by the end of December, have the 3rd draft of the 3rd book finished, about a quarter of the way, and that's very doable to get that draft finished. At that point, I can actually send it to some alpha.
Good luck, man. Sounds awesome. I'm trying to get my 3rd book done by the first draft of my 3rd book done by the end of the month. We're gonna see how that goes, but I understand the day in, day out discipline of just trying to get something done. So much respect and good luck, man.
Thank you.
All right.
Connie, you're working on your book, and I know you're new to this and everything, but are you setting what kind of deadline do you have set for yourself? Or do you have a deadline?
Well, right now, I don't really have a deadline because I have a part-time job that pays the bills, and I also do freelancing on the side to pay the bills. So I'm really kind of scheduling the script writing, the penciling, and the inking, everything just aside to that. So I'm not pressuring myself to be done at a certain time, just because otherwise I would drive myself nuts and just go completely kaboom. But one thing that I also think is very important while we were talking about succeeding and everything is not letting other people dictate what is funny, what is good, or whatever, because you can tell other people stuff that you think is a good idea, and they just look at you like you're sprouting spaghetti out of your nose, right? and actually, I can tie that back to the 101 Tales with the breast cancer, because I have an anecdote to that. I was in radiotherapy, like radiation therapy. And at the last week of that, they kind of make a lead cast dye to concentrate on the thing just blasting whatever. And the nurse was telling me, well, they're aligning that with silver acetate, I think they were saying. And she was telling me, there could be an allergic reaction to that. And horror geek that I am, I'm saying like, oh, that's proof. Lycanthropes are among us, And she was just looking at me like I had completely lost it. And I'm like, it's werewolves. You get it, right? You get it. And she just completely didn't appreciate my lack of decorum and whatnot, right? So I just like, whatever, bitch. It's funny. She just completely like, stone-faced and everything, and I'm just sitting there giggling while she's putting little stickers on my boobs and everything. I'm just like, but that's just the point, You just obviously it was the wrong timing, not my niche audience, right? So those discouraged by people not getting what you're actually trying to say or whatever, and find your niche audience that kind of gets it. Obviously, she was not a horror fan, so what can you do? Nobody's perfect.
Fantastic. Any other? Anybody interested in asking anybody any questions here? You got Jim Noble, who's had some successful campaigns. You've got Christopher Moran, who he's got his first issue out as well. And Giovanni's had some few campaigns going. Yuli's Vision is out there too, with 3 issues out there already.
I'm just
Yeah, it's really
surprised
interesting
Jim is sober today.
I don't drink on the weekdays.
He actually looks fresh, like he just woke up and took a shower or something.
Yeah, it's actually exactly what I did.
Nothing to drink right now, Jen?
No, you know, I
okay.
only drink on Saturday, and I think today's Wednesday. I'm not sure. Wednesday, Thursday, they all blend together. Every day could be Saturday. I don't know.
Yeah, don't be surprised when we're in like 101 Tales, and me and Ann are hosting quite a bit of the moderating quite a bit of the segments there. Don't be surprised if you see like shot glasses in your hands. Feel free to join us.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. On 101 Tales. Well, we're gonna be formal, but I welcome expressive language as well as alcohol and liquors. Can't go wrong with that.
Okay.
But yeah, feel free.
Rated R. You can like swear, yeah? Good.
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, if you haven't heard Mog swear, then you're gonna wanna listen to that. I guess some people find it interesting. Me, I don't really care for it that much. I've had my fill for today already. So yeah.
But anyway, I'm sorry guys. If you guys need to go, feel free to speak up. Say, dude, I gotta go.
Yeah, because we are getting into the 2 hour thing here, and we've got like 20 minutes more to go. We pretty much brought everybody in. There's only like one more person that's going to come in, and that's going to be Kurt Zauer. If you want to listen into him, or if you just want to hang out, that's fine. Now, if you do, I would love to cut you. I don't know if you can see it. A piece of chocolate cake, but this is what we've been munching on.
That's not cool, man. That looks delicious.
I just thought I wanted to share that with you guys. You know.
Yeah, have some chocolate cake with us.
Yeah. And then Mog also served, made these little. She served this mocha coffee in this little cup. That I have to drink like 5 times to equal one regular cup of Java there. But that was cool. So, who's excited about 101?
I am.
Let's get this done, guys.
I'm gonna tell you. So, I really love working on this project. Right? It's been a while since I've worked on something this big, and I've worked on many other events as well outside of the comic industry. But I am so beat trying to get all this together. So I'm excited to have it start up and everything. And after that, and I've been telling people, do not bother us after the event is over. I'm just gonna chill it out, Netflix it out or something,
What are you talking about? Chill and relax. We got ambitions.
Yeah, but you know what, Mel? The next one will be a lot easier because you'll have worked out a lot of these other things.
You are right. You're right. In the next one, Ann and I have already been like talking about it. Crazy, isn't it? You think that you don't want to do it again, but we're already talking about like what we want to do for the next one.
We even have a name for it already.
And just a little bit. We don't want to grow too fast, but just a little bit more, right? So, right there, you heard it officially. There probably will be another one sometime next year. And let's see what's going to happen with that. We've got some people already lined up that want to do it, that weren't able to get in on this one, so that kind of makes it even more interesting. When we had this event filled up about a couple of weeks ago, I actually had to turn people away, and that was the sad part. I said I have to tell them, no, we can't handle it anymore, but I'll put you on the list to contact to be included with this, because everybody that's with us now, we're going to give them first crack if they want to come in again on the next one. So I told them that I'll include you on that list. and then we'll see where it goes from there. So you can expect some bigger and better things from us next year for 101. But we're not gonna. We've already decided that we're not gonna call it 101 because the name is limiting, especially like right now we've already gone to 110, so it doesn't quite make sense to keep it as 101. I don't know. So I'm joking around with Anna. I told her, Mike, if we have to rename it and give it another number, maybe we should go with 1,001.
Just so you had a dyslexic moment for this one. But you know what, Connie, you said you had to get going, so I'm going to put you on the big screen, let people know where they can follow you, and that way you can say goodnight. And we're going to see you tomorrow because you've got tarot tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm
gonna join you. Yes, I'm going to join you again tomorrow for some tarot card readings and for art and talking more about 101 Tales. And I'm on Facebook under Connie Yulitz. And my Instagram is CJ Inks Art. So you can find me there. And I'm going to be on the 101 Tales as well, I think on November the 18th.
All right,
Fantastic.
awesome. And
Way
I
to put yourself out there, Connie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Connie. We'll see you tomorrow. Looking forward to it. And Chris, you said that you had to get going as well. So let people know where they can follow you and all that good stuff. Make sure that you contact me so I can get your profile page up. And you've got the mic.
Thank you, Meredith. And I absolutely will reach out to you. And I want to thank all of you for inviting me to be here tonight and for the amazing advice you all shared with me. It's nice to know that there are creators out there who walk the same path that I'm walking right now. And, you know, my books are being delivered tomorrow, and there'll be a little celebration in my house. This will be, you know, when I finish an album, I hold on to that album and I go, this is months of work, and this is, you know, years of practice, and this is an accomplishment. This being my first comic book, I started writing this in 2017. Peerless was an idea that came out of writing music, and tomorrow I get to hold it in my hand. So all that work and all those early mornings, and you know, my daughter was born 2 years ago. I was being up in the morning before everybody else, so I could write and I could plan things. And tomorrow becomes real. It's in my hand. It's an actual thing that I created. I'm so excited to share it. 101 Tales. I'm excited to share it tonight, and I hope that some of you will give it a try. So the book is called Peerless, and you can find it on my website, which is skinnykmusic.com. And I'm also on Facebook and Instagram. And thank you so much. Everybody's been amazing, and I'm so excited to be part of this talk tonight. And then also to have the opportunity to be a part of 101 Tales. For me, being a first timer, it just feels like you guys have really taken a chance on me. Hopefully my story looks interesting to you, and I'm excited to learn more from all of your amazing minds. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. We'll be in touch.
Do an unboxing tomorrow.
Now here's another one. Jack, you had a little bit of technical difficulty at the beginning, but we appreciate you for being here. You've got the mic. Go ahead and tell everybody where we can find you and connect.
Okay, so you can find me on Facebook. I have a profile there. It's at jack.lore.author. I'm also on Twitter at the handle author Jack Lore. You can also find me on Amazon, where you can find the books. So those are the places that I'm at currently. I'm looking forward to 101 Tales. I believe I am on November 18th. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really excited.
Awesome. And let's see, and like I said, I'm not planning on kicking anybody out unless I lose internet again. Anna! So let's see here. So yeah, I mean, as you have to go, if you guys want to leave me a private chat, and that way I can get you up on the big screen and let people know where they can find you and all that good stuff. Or you can just let yourself out. Because I don't like booting people generally, unless you're on my bad side.
Okay, so before I forget, right? I'm supposed to read a story that I wrote,
Yes, spooky tales or something.
Don't read it.
Okay. I don't know if it's that scary. I don't really find it that scary, but there's kind of like a little bit of a scary kind of element in there. But anyway, this is Mog had done a series called Arabian Nights, right? And it was just a bunch of stories that we were like working on. And one of them had to deal with a mermaid. I'm not prepared to bring that art piece up, okay? But so I'll just go ahead and share the story. But if you want to see the art piece, come over to 101 Tales. I'll show it to you then, okay?
Wait, are you going to read the entire story?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, it shouldn't take too long.
No, just one page.
Yeah.
Just read one page.
All right. So Jamil was feeling melancholy today. She should feel worse. This was not her land or place. She had everything she needed if you were looking to just survive. She missed her home. She missed her friends. She missed her father, her mother, and 2 older brothers. Anger came over her, then dissipated. No way to contact them. She grew restless, sad, and then angry again. She didn't know what to feel. Her TK ability was gone. How? She didn't know. Living here in the water garden was no prison, but prison it was to her kind. Crossing the boundaries would mean death. Not right away, but wouldn't take too long. She needed to escape. She ate to keep her strength up. There was plenty of food, a lot of fresh fish and shells that were around. She ate as needed, only what she needed, keeping her strength to keep in check for any opportunity that may present herself that would allow her to get away. A walker showed up every day like the tide. He gave her small buckets of delicious, juicy fruits. No clue what they were, but she enjoyed them nonetheless. She tried to talk to him, pleading for help, but he would not look at her. She screamed and screamed, but not even a glance was given. Many questions went unanswered. How did she get here? Now, she resigned herself to not even bother, except there were some days where she just had to try, hoping within hopes he would acknowledge her. She hated him. What life is this? Might as well dissolve into the waters, she thought. Is this it then? Her only reprieve was swimming quickly to break the surface into the air, feeling the warmth of the sun, glistening her beauty high above. It was nothing short of exhilarating, to say the least, giving a moment of relief, if only brief. She loved that more than the coolness of the water. Grimacing, she felt a stronger need to escape. The walker she referred to was Luai al-Atasi, nephew to the Sultan. This wonderful water garden was his responsibility. He loved being a gardener. It was what he had dreamed for since he could walk. At first, he was interested in the bugs scooting around his home shrubbery, playing with them, if you consider cutting legs off to be playing. He wanted to see if they could live and wondered why not. After years of experimenting, he came to a conclusion. No. But in studying them, he realized how important they were to the plants, and how just important the plants were to the bugs too. He found this extremely fascinating, and he learned how precious life can be. He regretted killing all those insects, well, most of it anyways, but now, as chief gardener, he despised the responsibility. He still loved everything here in the garden. Answering to his father was easy, most of the time, but answering to the jinn was another story that was taking its toll, attempting to meet such high standards with insufficient workers. He hated having to answer to the jinn with a vengeance and believed he had good cause, but it was not safe to voice the truth all at the time. His father, fourth brother to the Sultan, was proud of his son's interest, knowing he would fill his shoes, continuing a line of gardeners within the royal family. It would have been nice if he lived long enough to see that day, and that day was not that long ago. He learned the hard way of speaking the truth. That and that alone was enough for Louis to want him gone. For now he had to endure and hold his tongue. Soon enough, he thought he would resolve the situation he was in. He just hoped it would be before he became feeble and dumb in age. It was common knowledge a jinn can grant you 3 wishes, and 3 wishes only. That was the standard rule. It was also common knowledge jinns were elementals of either fire or air. They could be bad, good, or neutrally didn't care. Oh, these were still common beliefs for sure. However, having jinns forced to choose sides in times of war began to change the norm. Jinns were no longer classed into fire and air. Still elementals, but more than fire and air, now classed by color. 4 colors: red, white, blue, and green. The colors didn't signify the elements they controlled nor the type of jinn they were. It basically just came down to skin color. Now, it was also known that jinns could be enslaved beyond the 3 wishes. Some were enslaved for years, and so few ever broke free from the binding. When they did, they were nowhere to be seen again. This disdain of men proved to be more than bearing one supposed. No one knew for sure. Maybe they just left to be alone, withering away. No one even bothered to attempt to follow or find one because they always felt so angry and bitter when they left. The thought of turning into a pig or some other ungodly creature was enough to scare anyone from the venture. Saren was a blue jinn, one of the newer class. He could control air, that was his main element, but that was not his strength. For that he kept hidden. Of course he could hold his own if he had to, but there definitely was more. But more to what? Louis wondered as he watched Saren hover slowly across the royal gardens, inspecting the grounds, which he liked to do in the late evening before the western sunset, making his skin glow with a green hue. A beautiful creature for sure, indeed, but not one you would want to get close to, especially a jinn who had attained free range. Possible if his master granted, in this case the Sultan, Louis's uncle, Fahad al-Atasi. How could he do this, he thought. He noticed the jinn acted so much like a common man. He found this strange. In fact, he observed him he was more habitual than most men could ever be. If you wanted to know what time it was, one could just look for Saren to see what he was doing to get the time. His power over the palace was absolute, second only to the Sultan. Again, he wondered how could his uncle give this freedom to Saren? What did Saren do to earn this? He hated his uncle and blamed him for his father's death. Louis had no clue to what was going on between them. In fact, he was surprised they promoted him. Well, he knew why, but were they not afraid he would get revenge? Or did they believe he was not brave enough or maintain a moral to allow the mere thought of killing his uncle? There was another habit Saren liked to do every day, and everyone noticed. He enjoyed watching Yamil break the surface water into the diminishing sun. The colors that sparkled off her scaly body created many circular rainbows in the air on the spraying mist. Saren found himself mesmerized by the colors, by her gracefulness, but most of all by her beauty. He wanted her badly. It had to wait for now. To tend to other matters, he could be patient for a long time, but not too long. Men and women were such fragile creatures living a brief moment. In all his hundreds of years, Saren had never seen anything more beautiful. This look had not gone unnoticed. Louis saw. He saw it in his eyes. Saren was obsessed with her. For now, Emil was safe, but he knew this could change any day, any minute. Like men, obsessions can take over them, cause them to do things they won't regret, but things that could cause others much harm, even death. But why did he care? Louis couldn't even talk to her. All she ever did was scream in that infernal high-pitched voice of hers. The doctor said to stay away from her shrieking voice, else he would not be able to hear her anymore, or anyone else for that matter. He didn't bother telling the doctor she was in charge. He didn't bother telling the doctor she was his charge. What would be the point? He tried to brush off the sense of urgency away. He couldn't, and hated himself. And that's the story so far. If you want to hear more, 101 Tales next week.
Good job.
That's awesome. Thank you, Mel. Now I'm going to put Giovanni on the big screen so he can say goodbye. He has to get going.
Yeah.
And it was such a pleasure to have you
Same
today.
here. Thank you guys for having me. Sadly, I have to go to work tomorrow, so. But yeah, thank you guys so much for having me on. It's been great hearing everybody talking about comic books in the industry. It's something that's always fascinated me, and also, just hearing everybody's experiences and what people think about, what's going on right now. So I'm glad that people are really taking this opportunity to kind of make the best of it and really try to, express themselves more through, being creative and stuff like that. And I look forward to being on 101 Tales. I know I was like one of the last ones to get on, so I really appreciate you guys giving me a shot. And
Thank
yeah, and so
where
look
can we
forward to
find you?
getting on
Where
that.
can we find you?
I'm on Facebook under Giovanni Barunda. I'm also on Instagram, Giovanni Gio underscore B83. And right now I have a Kickstarter with Jim going on right now, which is Totally Rad Life of Violet #4 and Neon #1. So that's right now for the next 34 hours, I think. We're in the last few hours, so I'm pretty excited that we're getting close to 20K. So I'm excited for people to get out there and read the #1 issue. I'm really excited if you like horror, if you like 80s music, it's slashers and stuff like that. You'll definitely like the book. But yeah, thank you guys.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right.
Now
All right,
up
thank
on
you.
the big screen. Joshua, you've got a story for us, and then you've got to get going too.
Yeah, so I'm going to close by giving you an example of what's coming up. I'm doing 4 stories in my hour at 101 Tales. This one is my work in progress. It's my novel's working title is Corey. It's parallel universe dragon slaying is what this is ultimately. But one of her enemies in the story, she meets him once upon a time in an elevator. And that's what we're going to do, and I'm going to read that, and then I'm going to wrap everything up. So I warn you, it's a little rough, but I think it's going to be fun. So, you guys ready?
Yep.
Corey had pressed the door on the elevator, and when it opened, he was there. The first thing Corey noticed about Percy was the eyes. The bastard just stared out into the horizon, completely blank to the world. They never moved, and he never blinked. He just stood there, oblivious to the horrors around him. His hair was long and unkempt, and his beard misshaven. He wore a simple variation of the Empire's black garb, that patch in different shades of obsidian. Corey was about to ask him how that was possible, until it occurred to her that in the midst of asking that question, that the stains were blood and that they wouldn't come out. White liquid wound down the center of Percy's forehead. His sword held out in front of him in its sheath. She wondered if he had been hit with an egg, but upon closer inspection she saw a blue splotch in the middle that now was a broken circle. No way, she thought to herself. It can't be real, right? Are you coming in? She hadn't even noticed that his lips moved. His voice was quiet and gentle. He sounded very much older than he appeared. There was a tiny rasp in his voice. He looked at her and smiled, and it reminded her of the skull that Mr. Rumble had in her science class. It chilled her to the bone. Corey didn't have to look at her hand to know that this was a bad idea. Every fiber in her being told her to run. So she did the dumb thing and joined him in the elevator. The elevator closed, and for 10 seconds there was just Corey, Percy, and silence. The bastard still hadn't blinked. Corey's heart was racing. She tried to keep herself calm with deep breaths. He's just a man, Corey told herself. A knight, just like her. Corey. She broke the silence finally with her name. He looked ahead without registering. Do you have a name? Nothing. You could at least be polite. In hindsight, yelling at a man who carried a sword like that and seemed content in his oblivion was not one of Corey's smarter moments. But Corey herself, even at that time, would tell you she wasn't that smart. It did get the response she desired. Percy cocked his head, and with that same vacant stare that never blinked once, he uttered, "Percy, nice to meet you." It might have been the most insincere thing Corey had ever heard from anyone. Maybe it was better that they didn't talk. Looking at his face and watching the white liquid continue to drip was just too much. She had to know. Is that an eye? To her surprise, Percy blinked. I'm sorry? On your face. There was an awkward pause. You have an eye stuck in the middle of your forehead. I do? I think so? Percy blinked again. He took one of his hands off the sword and gently poked at the eye stuck on his forehead. It squished against his index finger. He traced the liquid flow with the index finger and cupped up his face until the eyeball was no longer on it. He looked at the liquid soup of the goo for a solid 2 seconds, unblinking. Poor bastard. Percy sighed and then opened his mouth and chucked the eyeball inside him. He chewed and swallowed it, leaving Corey with no appetite left in her core. Finished with his meal, Percy stood in the distance, looking stoic and far away, unblinking. The elevator hit the magic number 64, and it was all Corey could do not to bolt. He still stood there, unmoving as the elevator door closed, carrying him to his final destination. Evil, at least, was real. It gave Corey little confidence he was on the same side as he was. What do you think, guys?
Fantastic. That was great.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't ask how you got there. That less said about that, the better. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joshua Pantelleresco. I write stuff and podcasts too. My show, Just Joshing, is about to evolve into a talk show. Currently, it airs 3 times a week on every platform known to man. I've won an Aurora Award for it because I'm good at opening my big mouth. It's about to become a talk show. Starting November 23rd, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays are regular interviews. Fridays are going to be drink and draws with illustrators. My very first guest for that is the one and only Ann Vu herself. She's going to be my first drink and / drawer, so that's going to be awesome. I have a Patreon page, patreon.com/justjoshingpodcast. My YouTube channel is Joshua Pantelleresco. My latest releases are Alice Zero, which is Alice in Wonderland is Greek mythology. Alice is Pandora. Also, The Cloud Diver, Archaeology of the Cloud, Matrix meets Indiana Jones. Both of them you can find on Amazon. I'm on Facebook as Joshua Pantelleresco. I'm on Instagram and Twitter at jpantelleresco. I have a WordPress page, jpantelleresco.wordpress.com. If I'm going too fast, just let me know. And let's see, am I leaving something out? I probably am. Stay inspired, guys. Keep doing your thing. It was a pleasure to meet or re-meet all of you. And Mog, I'm going to be coming for you too at some point for the show as well. But anyways, I'm looking forward to one-on-one tales. I will see you all there. Keep doing your thing, guys. Take care of yourselves.
Thank you, Joshua.
Thank you, Josh.
Yep.
Yeah, he says if he's going too fast, it's like, how do you spell your name?
Phonetically. Peter, Alpha, Nancy.
Tango, Alpha, Lingo. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so then there were 6. I don't know if anybody else has a story. Matthew, you mentioned something about a story. Jim, I know you are part of a crowdfund. I know that we want to mention that too before we go. Fairy Metal Jacob, I need to get in touch with you, dude. Yeah, because you do the metal cards and stuff, right? Yeah. I have that email somewhere that Mel sent out, and I was just like, oh man, I got to get in touch with you. And I'm like, I know I'm out of time. I don't have time to get like that exclusive for 101 Tales, but.
Well, you can always take pre-orders and fulfill the orders afterwards.
That's a business.
You can always reach me on Facebook, or you can email me through the email that Mog out with all the contact info. Either way, but I'll get.
I just had that, like Gru. It says light bulb moment. So, okay, great. Yeah, I will definitely be in touch with you.
There's a couple other people that I think are going to be doing it as pre-orders because they've been asking about things, but they didn't order anything yet, but they've been posting about it. So, there's nothing wrong with doing pre-sales.
I want to try and get you over on a Geek Speak also, to talk about your business and what you're doing and, how it's helping, because there are a lot of people who could definitely use your product for stretch goals, just invitations, all kinds of promo. I mean, it's just I've seen some of the work that you did, and it's just a matter of trying to get this organized. And Mel, trying to organize these bigger events is like
no 1001 tale.
No 1001.
No 1001 tale.
Have you seen my notebook? My notebook exploded. Okay.
I've been doing this at work. I staple it together, but then this is the list of people that I had to hunt down. It's like, hey guys, you're naughty. This is the naughty list. I haven't heard from you.
Oh my God.
You know what? And I'm telling you right now, for your own sanity, at some point you have to say, look, I can bring a horse to water. I can't make you drink. I can't want this more than you.
Yeah.
Sorry, maybe next time.
No, I just use gentle persuasion. I have an axe, and you're gonna give me what I want.
Until you run out of time, because there is a deadline. Because 101 Fails starts on November 17th.
And everyone has been excellent. I got everything I need tonight, so thank God.
That's good.
But
That's good.
our the site builder, the owner of Comixplex.com, that guy's been working his butt off too. It's great. Like everything we needed today, we got it all down. And now it's just a matter of getting everyone their ads, make small fixes, and then just getting it out to people and sharing it. So we're on the road. This is actually my first time posting any of this. And it's been a journey. I'm only 23 and I'm excited. I'm still running on Red Bull, so I got this.
The rest of us need your youth and energy.
Youth and energy. You know what? I probably need to be in touch with you because I'm not that familiar with the site, so I don't know how it works and how, like what it looks like on the other side where people are actually viewing the event. So I'm kind of curious to see how that is, and maybe we can do like a trial run, like a quick half an hour, 1 hour thing, just to be familiar with it. Do like that soft opening.
And
I would feel better about that.
Yes, definitely. If any of you ever need any of that, just shoot me a message. We'll set that up and get that going. So we have set it up where everyone will have a moderator. Everyone will be with someone. It's the buddy system. Always going to. Spooky season, always going to. But yep, so that, and I will be on there for the most part in the background, like watching, and just in case we have any technical issues. I study cybersecurity, so I know how that goes. And so, yeah, I'll be in the back, just making sure everything runs. And yeah, I can't wait.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, if you haven't gone to comixplex.com to sign in, please do so now. So that way, and take a look around. So that way you can get and understand like how everything's like set up there. Look into your own space. You've got your own little space there with your own name, your pictures, and some things written about you. And you can actually start posting stuff in there about things that you want to sell and so forth. So you can start like setting that up too, and putting up websites to direct people to your own personal websites as well. Right. So yeah, don't wait until the day of, do it before.
Yeah, I think I got as far as updating my profile and getting a picture in there and some links and stuff like that. But actually exploring to see, because there are quite a few groups in there. So it's really neat. Oh, you're sharing your screen?
Yes.
Let's
do this. So this is the 101 tell space that I have on here. Let's see here. So if you go to comixplex.com, and this is how it looks like. Sorry, my internet is a little bit slow, but there are so many things going on. So right now we have events like this where we'll have Mr. Ingross will be doing this signing little event where you can purchase his book and you get like a signature added to it at a cost of, I think it's $49.99. So this is something that you can look forward to seeing on this site. It's like a tool to get these little perks and events set up while we're locked up at home. And of course, like if you go to Spaces, that's where you will find 101 Tell. I know some people have had a little bit of a problem getting here, but this is what it is like. The activity feed. I have posted some articles, and some of you have come up on here, like Jacob. Well done. And you just post your own projects, your own merchandise, like Don has done here, so that people can find more about it and see what you're about. And each and every one of you, I have created a topic tab. So this is where you can go in, and I have a little description provided on top about you guys, but I did add a little bit more of a detail and article as to who you are, a little bit more details that you can't see up top. But yeah, this is what you can do. You create articles and provide more contents, and then I pasted more information as to find everyone. So that's what you can do as creators on 101 Tales, just going to your topics where everyone can find everything about you. On the events day, I have set up events tab, and it lists your time. This is, I need to refresh, but the time has been reset to your actual time. And the cool thing about Comixplex.com is that it is smart enough to synchronize with the time at wherever you're at. So on my side right now, again, I need to refresh the screen, but I don't know if it's gonna affect the sharing. But it will say 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That will be like 3 p.m. Hawaii time for my side. So it's smart enough to synchronize that wherever you are. So that way, where if you have a fan base wherever you're at, they would know without having to do like Google, what time is it over here? Which I had to do to set this all up. But yeah, so if you're a part of 101 Tell, I would go ahead and go in there and start off that. And of course, in the spaces area, you're welcome, Adam. I'm doing a live demonstration here. But these are other event spaces that you can join, be a part of, and you see different topics that are on here. Kickstarter is a big one that I see. This is a potential place that if you have Kickstarters, you can brag about it all on here. And I just had to repost one that Don did. This one, they reached 110% funded. So not too long ago. And then back to network. And you have people like editor and reviewers on here. Like chat, she reviews a lot of comics. So she just put out some new one. And Nola Holmes, I've got to watch that series. It's so good. But yeah.
Yeah. The other thing too is that you really want to take the time to go in and put in your content, because when the show is over, this is not going away, right? We're not going to tear it down and then just trash it and get rid of everything. Okay. We actually have the privilege of keeping this stuff in here for a while, right? So people can still come back here, watch your video, look at your profile to see what you're about, and get that information, and go to the other sites that you may refer them to, or even still order some of your product if you choose to keep it there still.
Yes.
Right? So it is worth it to build this site enough to make it worthwhile for yourself.
Yes, this is a tool. Like you've seen Roth, he's like a historian for comics, and he's got this book out on Stan Lee. So he's paired up with the site owner to create this event. So you can literally set up these virtual classes like JM. He's got this virtual classes with only 12 spots. Only 12 people can attend this, and it's live virtual, and he's gonna work with you directly on live chat. I got a little backstory where JM's like, no, I don't want it to be where people just chat with me. I want to be able to talk and interact with them. So things like this could happen here. And yeah, even as like comic viewers, there are spaces like art galleries here, fan art. You can upload it on here if you want to, and it's like a fun share space for everyone. But I did my little Star Wars bit that I had, and then Jason, like you got those, and then there's another one. Go back.
Well, one of the wonderful benefits of having a site like this is, and I think that Mel and anybody here who's ever done any kind of marketing knows that backlinks to where you can be found, like your central core site or your social media or your store, having backlinks to that helps increase your basically your value, because you're going to find yourself a little bit higher on the search engines and things. You're going to be considered, a go-to person in the field. And if you're doing it right, you want to make sure, one, that you are locking down either your username or your actual name, because as you become more popular, people are going to want to squat on it. So signing up for those, putting in all of your social media, get those backlinks to your website, it all helps your algorithms.
That is very true. And this site is still being developed, right? There's more features that are going to go into this. There's a lot of features that you can take care of now, and it's free. Okay, 10% of the stuff of the content that's in here, you're going to pay for, but 90% is free, right? So that's something that you can take advantage of to use as a tool, as An said, to help market yourself and get your increase your presence out there.
Yes, and of course you can have it's pretty much mirroring a convention. You can have your own booth, like Mark has hers right here. But yeah, she'll list like the commission or the work she still has left and how much they cost, where people can find you. You can definitely do this under the topic tabs that I created for you in 101 Tales. That's the privilege you get as well, because I think this comes with a cost, but it is much more affordable than like having to pay all the plane tickets to go to cons. So this is something you can have year round. So that's something, if you want, you can definitely reach out to Adam, the site owner, and he'll get that set up for you. Oh, did Meredith log off?
Oh, she probably has an internet issue.
Because she has a tropical storm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm not sure what else to say. It is 10:21. We've been on here for about 2.5 hours. I'm beat. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you guys all for coming in and joining us and being a part of 101. This, and even after this event, this is not the end. We're still going to stay in contact with everyone and let everybody know what's going on. We're going to have other things that are going to refer people back to 101. So again, that's going to be a good thing, that if you develop your content in there, it's going to be a good thing, because we're still going to keep referring people back there. Okay. So for now, I want to thank everybody and say good night. See you guys all next week, if not sooner. And you guys enjoy your evening. Thanks again for being part of 101. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Matthew.
Awesome. Thank y'all so much for joining us. And you came back just in time for everybody to leave.
Yeah, sorry, I got kicked out. But yeah, thank you for hosting everyone on here. It's been great. And we're just gearing up for next week right now.
Well, fantastic. Again, thank y'all so much for joining us. I know Meredith, she's got the hurricane that's coming her way. And so I know that's why she disappeared. But everybody else said good night. We really appreciate y'all coming on. We look forward to next week. And, keep us informed of what you all have going on, whether it's together or separate or anything that is just, pertinent to the geek sphere, because that's what we love.
Oh, I see quite a bit coming up next year. Even though Mel is like, give me a break. There's quite a bit, but not 1001 Tale. No, I'm gonna cry.
Well, and I would love to speak with you all more, see about getting something of mine in those tales. But definitely keep us informed of what's going on, even if it's just a press release, something we can throw out on the website and our social media, or if you all ever want to come back and, do another podcast and just sit around and BS, because we had a blast tonight. I'm going to end this with one of my stories and see if Meredith pops back in. But
Awesome.
Otherwise, we will see you guys next week.
Yes. Let's
right,
hear it.
You're welcome to hang around for my story, but and hopefully Meredith comes back in.
I'll stick with you to the end. Let's
All
hear
right,
it.
great. All right, and so folks, this is another one that I wrote quite a long time ago. Now I'm going to preface this with that I haven't read it since many years ago. I just snagged it from an old website. And I do remember that it gets a little more than a little racy. This is a classic good versus evil kind of thing. I do remember that this came about by someone that was a killer that got out of prison early, and it really disturbed me. And so that's kind of how this came about. And so just stick with me here. This is called A Grave Injustice. And here we go. Eric dropped the soap and smiled, no longer worried about the pain and humiliation this little mishap could have garnered had he still been living in his former residence. He was showering in his new home with name brand soap and shampoo, and using a washcloth to help spread the suds around, something he hadn't been allowed to do in a long, long time. A nice straight razor sat on the edge of the tub, and after he finished washing, Eric planned on giving himself the closest shave he had had in years. The young woman waiting naked in the bedroom called his name, but Eric ignored her, enjoying the steam and all-over clean feeling that was cascading down his body. They had already done it 7 times in the past 24 hours, and Eric thought his little buddy could use a little time out. Her name was Karen, and goddamn, she was hot. Long blonde hair that reached down to her shapely ass and green eyes that lit up when she smiled or orgasmed. She had a nice slender neck that begged to be kissed, and she absolutely loved it to be bitten. Her breasts were at least a C cup, and her nipples stood to attention at the slightest touch of a kiss. Her slim stomach was adorned with a tasteful belly ring that was surrounded on either side by a yin-yang tattoo. Eric's favorite part was shaved down to a small, light blonde landing strip, and he had spent several hours inspecting the southern end of the runway with his tongue. In the throes of passion, her long, toned legs could grip a man hard enough to make breathing difficult, and all over tan accented her terrific body. And had she not assured him that she was in real estate sales, he would have pegged her for a stripper. How she had come to his door the previous evening, demanding to be fucked, Eric was clueless, but he wasn't about to bitch about it. 15 years is a damned long time to be locked in a cage, especially when you were innocent, as Eric claimed the entire time he was incarcerated. He had been sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, and many had expected him to die in prison. Eric had appealed and raised one issue after another with the high courts, trying to prove they had locked away an innocent man, all to no avail. And then last month, to everyone's shock and surprise, a man came forward confessing to the crime which Eric had been condemned. Within weeks, Eric was released, fully exonerated, and given enough money to set himself up in his new home. Now he had money, a woman, drugs, booze, and his freedom. Only problem was, Eric was guilty as hell. Her name had been Heidi Hanks, and Eric hated her more than anyone or anything he had ever encountered in his life. He had first met her back in high school and considered her to be a stuck-up, prissy bitch. She had been in his homeroom the entire span of their high school lives, and while Eric struggled to keep his grades up and hold down a full-time job, she was on the student council, the glee club, every damn homecoming, prom, and other assorted class dance committee, and still found time to work on the yearbook and be a member of the drama club. She looked down her nose at most everyone, and even though her father made even less than Eric's, she refused to associate with anyone that wasn't with the in crowd. A little over a year after graduation, Eric ran into Heidi at a local nightclub, and she actually approached him, offering to buy him a drink. Eric accepted because he was low on cash, and one drink quickly turned into 6 or 7. They talked about old friends and people they used to date, none of which they had in common, and discussed what each was presently up to in their lives. Around midnight, a dozen people in the club witnessed Eric and Heidi leave together in Heidi's new Mustang convertible. The next morning, her car was found, splattered with blood. A week after that, her torso was discovered in a shallow creek bed. Her head has never been found. Eric smiled to himself as he rinsed the soap off, thinking how dumb the poor bastard had been that admitted to the killing. How he had known such intimate details about the crime, Eric didn't know nor care. He was just damned happy to be free. If the idiot was stupid enough to take the rap for a murder he didn't commit, let him rot, was Eric's thoughts. Eric's lawyer was right in the ways of the new publicity and had taken the opportunity to file lawsuits against the state, the prison, the judge, the police, the witnesses, and anyone else he could possibly think of. According to the lawyer, Eric's imprisonment was a grave injustice that needs to set an example to the courts and witnesses everywhere to ensure innocent men like my client are not locked up for a fourth of their lives. He knew Eric was guilty. He just didn't give a shit. Eric finished shaving, turned off the water, and exited the shower, wondering how Karen was going to like his freshly shaved nether regions. As he dried off, he could hear her soft moans coming from the bedroom and figured his companion was warming herself up for another round. He smiled broadly at his little buddy, as his little buddy stirred, and he wondered if he should try the Viagra he had obtained from his dealer. When her moaning became louder and Eric's arousal was sticking out in front of him, he decided he didn't need the help just yet. He opened the door leading to the bedroom and was greeted with a sight he had only dreamed about. Karen was on the bed, butt naked, sheets and covers tossed to the floor, and between her legs was the head of yet another beautiful naked woman. Eric, meet Lydia, a close personal friend, Karen said softly. Lydia continued her business, oblivious to anything except the tongue bath she was given to Karen. Eric smiled broadly and climbed into the bed, joining the two women. The girls did things to him and each other that Eric had fantasized about since hitting puberty. Minutes turned into hours, and after a while, Eric experienced the first tongue cramp of his life, forcing him to the sidelines to observe for a short time as he tried to work the kinks out of the muscle. He snorted another line of coke and thought the scene before him was beyond belief. Even with a strong scent of sex in the air and the two women writhing in ecstasy on the bed in front of him, Eric had a hard time believing it was real. Prison life had been 10 times worse than any book or movie, and after 15 years of witnessing gang rapes and voluntary homosexuality, Eric had almost stopped dreaming about women. Almost. He didn't stay out of the action long, and around 5 the next morning, the trio collapsed in exhaustion, Eric's little buddy still standing proudly. A demanding knock on the door woke Eric up around noon, and he was slightly more than pissed as he opened it, still naked. "What, goddammit?" he asked the two men in the hall. "Eric Corvus?" the man on the right asked. "Yeah, who the fuck wants to know?" Eric asked. Both men were dressed in dark suits like many of the feds he had met in his life, but Eric didn't smell cop on them. "Mr. Corvus, I'm David White, and this is my associate John Newfield," the same man answered. "And?" Eric asked, his annoyance still quite clear. "We're with the Internal Revenue Service, Mr. Corvus," the man introduced as John replied. "And?" Eric repeated in the same tone. "Mr. Corvus, we're here on official business. May we come in?" David asked. "No, asshole, in case you haven't noticed, I'm naked. And in the bedroom, I've got two women waiting on me and my little buddy. So unless you're here to give me some fucking money, talk to my lawyer," Eric replied, starting to push the door closed. "But Mr. Corvus, that is indeed why we're here, to give you some money, or rather, return some." "Huh?" Eric asked. Both men smiled, and they had not just had they not just mentioned money, Eric would have probably punched both of them in the face. You know, if someone was to walk by, they would think you two were queer, standing here smiling at a naked man with half a heart on. Get in here before the neighbors think it was you two doing all the fucking screaming last night. The men entered the room, and Eric closed the door behind them before plopping down on the sofa. Eric was used to being naked in front of men, and he wasn't uncomfortable in the least, but he knew the two, quote, G-men were hating every second of it. If you'd like to slip on something, Mr. Corvus, we'd be happy to wait, John said with a smile. Nah, I'm cool. So what's this about money? Eric asked, scratching his exposed genitals. David White began explaining to Eric that over a period of 20 years, his father, Alex Corvus, had overpaid his taxes in extreme amounts. The mistakes were discovered shortly after the late Mr. Corvus's death, and since he was the only surviving member of the family, Eric was entitled to the entire amount, including interest. The total comes to a little over $1,700,000, Mr. Corvus, the man concluded. Eric's mouth went as dry as the Arizona desert, and his heart seemed to stall in his chest for a moment. Excuse me? He asked unbelievingly. Both men smiled again, and Mr. White repeated the amount. You're shitting me, Eric said offhandedly. We don't shit, Mr. Corvus, the man answered, making Eric laugh. Okay, so when do I get the dough? He asked, his greed kicking in. We have a check with us, Mr. Corvus. All you have to do is sign for it. 5 minutes later, the men were gone, and Eric had a check in his hand for more money than he ever thought he'd make in his lifetime. Motherfucker, I'm rich, he said to the empty room. Eric put the check in the kitchen drawer and made his way to the bedroom to celebrate his newfound wealth with his newfound friends. He climbed into the bed, and just as he entered the sleeping Lydia, another knock came from the door. God damn it, Eric yelled, waking Karen with a start. He stomped to the front door, swearing like a sailor and determined to beat the shit out of the IRS guys, money or no money. What, motherfucker? He screamed as he yanked open the door. Hi, Eric. I'm Claudia, the woman said with a smile. I'm here for the party. Karen invited me. Eric's anger turned to sheer joy at the thought of having 3 gorgeous women in his bed, and as he held the door for her to enter, the new arrival, Claudia, was just as blonde and beautiful as Lydia and Karen, but her body put both of theirs to shame. Her thick, bright, pouty red lips made Eric yearn to taste them, and her large, braless breasts were clearly visible through the white shirt that hugged her chest. Her tight jean shorts revealed every nook and cranny, and as she entered his house, Eric spied an ass he was sure could make a priest walk away from the Lord. Welcome to the fun, Eric said with a shit-eating grin and a pat on her butt. She giggled playfully, and Eric led her to the bedroom where she was soon as naked as the rest of them. The orgy lasted almost the entire day, with a little help from a little blue pill, and Eric reluctantly called a timeout shortly before 5 so he could deposit his money. He told the women to stay at his house and promised to pick up some more party supplies while he was out. He gave each of the girls a long, passionate kiss and headed for the bank. The bank gave him no trouble whatsoever in opening the new account and even allowed him to draw $5,000. Party money, he told the teller as he counted out 50 $100 bills. Where's the party? She asked coyly. She wasn't a knockout like the other 3, but it was definitely doable. Besides, Eric didn't figure another naked woman would hurt anything at all. He gave her direction to the house, and she said she'd be there by 7. Do I need to bring anything? She asked with a sexy grin. Only yourself. Clothing isn't optional, he answered. My kind of party, she replied, a twinkle lighting her eyes. Eric returned the smile and tossed her a quick wink as he left the bank, high on life. He jumped in his car and headed straight to a place where the highs were a bit pricier, but also a lot more rewarding, at least in his opinion. 20 minutes later, he was back en route with over $2,000 worth of cocaine, a quarter pound of pot, 3 bags of assorted pills, and a handful of his little buddy's helper. A quick stop by the liquor store, and Eric had enough booze and dope to host a motley crew after party. A block away from the house, Eric realized that he needed some rolling papers for the pot. He pulled into a local convenience store and purchased 2 packs of old zigzags, a carton of cigarettes in case any of his lady friends needed to smoke later, and 6 quick picks for that night's lotto drawing. An estimated $22 million, the flashing banner at the register proclaimed. As Eric was about to exit, he spotted a one-armed bandit near the door that had a scrolling marquee on top advertising the accumulated total that you could win. Eric slipped a quarter in the slot and pulled the steel arm sharply down, his packages almost slipping from his grasp. The machine rode to life, and Eric watched as the images spun past the little windows as fast as their little gears would take them. The first one came to a stop on bar, and Eric smiled, not really thinking he had a chance, but at the same time somehow knowing he was going to win. The second window ceased its roll on bar as well, and Eric set his purchases on the ground, ready to gather his winnings. Ding, ding, ding! The machine screamed as the third and final roller stopped on the same image as its partners. Quarters began pouring out of the slot machine, and Eric asked the clerk for a bag. Sure thing, my friend, the man answered in a heavy Middle Eastern accent. Eric filled the bag and found the change much too heavy and numerous to fit into one. The clerk helped him round up the change, and when they were through, Eric had 7 bags filled to seam-ripping fullness. He smiled his shit-eating grin as the clerk took a Polaroid of him holding his loot to show the customers who had won their money. Eric handed the clerk a tip before leaving, and the man almost choked when he saw it was $300. Thank you. Come again, the man called after Eric as the door closed between them. Eric tossed the change into the back seat and gunned the motor to life. He sat for a moment before putting the car into gear, contemplating his new luck and wealth. A month ago, I was in jail, guarding my cornhole. Today, 3 bitches are in my bed waiting to lick it, he said out loud to himself with a healthy chuckle. The mental image of 3 naked women in his bed brought Eric back to the moment, and he was quickly speeding off towards home. He tipped the doorman $100 to help him with his cargo, and once inside, he slipped him another $50. Thanks, dude, Eric said as he closed the door. Anytime, Mr. Corvus, the man replied. The girls heard Eric's arrival and came into the living room, all still clad in nothing but smiles. Eric kissed each one of them and began showing them all of the items he had brought to the party. They oohed and awed at the various drugs, and Karen immediately set about the task of lining them all up some of the coke. Eric stripped and within minutes had enough cocaine in his system to knock out a small horse. It wasn't long before the young bank teller arrived, and it didn't take her 30 seconds to strip and acquaint herself with Lydia's tongue. The quartet partied in the main room of the house for several hours before moving to the bedroom so Eric could catch the lotto drawing and the girls could grab a quick shower. Eric's shouts of joy brought the women running back to the room, still dripping from their shower. He had hit it. All 6 numbers and $22 million. The girls all told him how much he deserved it after being locked away for so long, and Eric almost believed it himself. How else to explain the streak of luck he had been presented with in the past few days? Girls, we're set for life. All of us. I want all 4 of you to stay with me forever, just like this. Naked, high, and ready to fucking party, Eric said gleefully. They all 4 agreed to stay with Eric forever, and as they returned to their sex fest, Eric was sure he had finally found true happiness. The next morning, the 5 of them dressed and went to the lottery headquarters to claim Eric's winnings. On the way home, Eric decided the house just didn't fit his new financial situation and paid cash for a penthouse downtown. Eric and his harem immediately moved in, and Lydia made the trip to the old place to gather their few clothes and the party items. It was the last time any of them ventured out of the house or bothered to put on clothes for the next 5 years. Eric's luck never went away in that time. His lawyer won settlements in each of the lawsuits, and Eric received close to $10 million for his pain, humiliation, and suffering. He won several cars and online drawings and hit the lotto twice more on tickets he had the doorman purchase for him. He split the winnings 50-50 with a man, and although the first one was only a few $100,000, the second was a whopping $73 million. The doorman retired, and Eric invested a ton of his share in the stock market. doubling his winnings in a matter of weeks. On the night of the 5th anniversary of freedom, Eric had accumulated a little over $100 million, and he and his girls decided a bigger place was in order. The next morning they dressed, and after sending the new doorman out for some new clothes, and before night had fallen, Eric purchased an entire building for their new domain. They moved right in, stripped, and resumed their life of sex, drugs, and more sex. Eric never wore clothes again. One night, shortly after 10 more years had passed, Eric was lying in bed, trimming the bank teller's mound, when a knock on the door sent his heart high into his throat. Terror besieged him, and although he had no idea why, his bladder emptied its contents onto the bed. "Who's there?" he shouted across the large house. Another knock was the only reply. "Who's there?" he repeated. "Go answer it, Eric," Karen said with a smile. "You know who it is?" he asked. Her smile grew, but she simply shrugged her shoulders in reply. For a moment, Eric's mind tried to tell him it was probably another one of Karen's friends come to party, but the feeling in the pit of his stomach and the way Karen was smiling made him think otherwise. "Who's there?" he shouted once more. The same response came, only much louder and more urgent. "Rap, rap, rap, rap." Now he was getting pissed. One, the son of a bitch didn't answer him. Two, the fucker had interrupted his grooming session. Three, the bastard had both scared and embarrassed him. And four, the rat fuck made him piss the bed. "Who is it, goddammit?" he shouted angrily as he made his way slowly to the door, his fear still very much present. "Rap, rap, rap, rap." He ripped the door open, and in the blink of an eye, Eric Corvus remembered everything. "No!" he screamed. Laughter from the bedroom made his skin crawl. The man that had so rudely interrupted Eric's pushed his way into the house and seated himself in a giant recliner Eric had purchased online. "Hello, Corvus," the man said with a smile. Eric had no doubt that many a man had gone completely insane just by gazing at that smile. "It can't be time," Eric said weakly. "Oh, but it is, my boy, it is," the man replied quickly. 15 years, 2 days, 12 hours, and 46 minutes, exactly the time. "Liar, it's only been a few weeks," Eric exclaimed. The man chuckled and answered, "A few weeks? Eric, son, you've been fucking my wife and daughters for well over a dozen years now. Time flies when you're having fun, huh?" Loud giggles echoed from the bedroom, and Eric refused to believe what he had just heard. "No fucking way," he answered in almost a whisper. The man was on his feet and in Eric's face in one quick moment. "Yes, fucking way, asshole," he hissed, sending spittle onto Eric's face and making him recoil in disgust. "The deal was made, the time is up, and your ass is mine, you fucking piece of filth," the man continued. "Please," Eric begged. "Oh, this is my favorite fucking part. Girls!" the man shouted, and immediately the four women were at his side, grinning ear to ear. "We'll still be together forever, Eric," Lydia teased as she rubbed the man's cock through his pants. "Watch this," the man said in a low tone to his girls. Eric tried to move, certain he didn't want to see what the hell this was, but terror froze him in place. He tried to scream, but his vocal cords seemed to have taken a sudden leave of absence. He tried to die, to actually will his heart to stop, but the devil owned that organ now. Low moans filled the room, and each of the girls' smiles widened greatly in anticipation. The man roared laughter at the fear in Eric's heart and soul. "Don't worry, Corvus. It'll be over in an eternity," he hissed. Hundreds of hands rose up through the floorboards in a tight circle around Eric. He saw them, felt them as they grazed the hair on his legs, and even smelled their stench of death, but he refused to believe it could be happening. "Please," he managed to beg again. The people in front of him only laughed in response. The hands gripped him all at once, from his neck to his feet. Sharp fingernails ripped into his flesh, feeling like razors as they dug deeply into his skin. He felt the warmth of his blood as it trailed down his body, and after a few seconds, the numbness of shock took away a lot of the pain. Eric breathed an inner sigh of relief as he thought he had actually beaten the devil at his own game. That wasn't so bad, Eric thought to himself. The others laughed. Let's go home, shall we? The man asked. Yes, let's, the girls answered in unison. The man nodded his head, and every one of the hands on Eric, each with 5 long, sharp nails buried to the hilt into his flesh, pulled in opposite directions, ripping Eric apart in one quick motion. Eric's head landed on the floor with a combination splat thud, and he actually saw the pieces of his body fly in all directions, splattering the walls, floors, and ceiling. The laughter of the others filled his ears and echoed through his head. As death finally embraced him, he thanked God it was finally over. The others laughed harder, the awful sounds following him into the darkness. A week later, when the smell had gotten so bad to alert the neighbors, the police broke down the door to the building and discovered the most gruesome murder in the history of the world. The death made headlines around the globe, and everyone speculated on who killed the number 3 of the world's 10 richest people. The police said it was a drug deal gone bad, and although there was plenty of drugs in the building to substantiate that claim, none of them believed it for a second, but at least it closed the case. A few weeks after the grisly scene was discovered, Eric Corvus was in the newspaper again. His will had been executed, and the entire world was waiting to hear who had inherited the boatload of cash. When it was revealed, most people agreed that it was the proper thing to have done. Every dime, a total of $144,698,700, went to the family of the young lady Eric had killed over 30 years ago. The devil laughed when he told Eric. And that is it.
That's great. Oh my God. That was it. I enjoyed that a lot. It was like, I didn't know where it was gonna go until like the end. You really have to listen to it to the end, and then you're like, oh shoot, it goes. What comes around goes around.
Right.
You play with the devil, he's back for you.
He made a deal to get out of prison, and then whatever the 15 years, whatever the date was, the time frame the devil set, he came back for it. He got his wishes. He had women, money, but there's a time set on that. And
Careful what you wish for.
Exactly. And those kind of stories, I mean, I've got several. Most of mine are usually the good versus evil, the Satan versus God, and one way or another. And I don't know why. I'm a religious person, but I'm not. I haven't been to church in quite some time. I have my beliefs, but a lot of my stories are God versus the devil, and the devil trying to pull something over on God, that's just a reoccurring theme from my short stories, even to a couple of the novels that I'm working on. But it's just you know how it is when something comes to you, you just have to write it out.
Yes. And like for me, I'm a Buddhist, so it much as like I don't pay attention to it, it does like play out into whatever I'm creating. So I'm mostly an illustrator. I don't proclaim myself as like a great writer or like even a good writer. I just write as I think. But I spent like 4 years in college writing research paper instead of like creative writing. So like this is amazing. Just getting the pleasure to listen to story and like seeing it unfold. I was just playing all the scene in my head, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
And actually, when it was playing through my head, I remembered it being much more graphic on the sexual stuff, and I'm glad it wasn't, because I think it just kind of skirted it enough to give that visual, but not too graphic, and that's what I wanted. But like I said at the beginning, this story evolved because there was some son of a bitch that had abused a girl and got out of prison on a technicality. And I was like, no, that's not right. And that's the way it is a lot of the times for writing for me is just one sentence, one quote, or just something I see on TV and it hits me. And then it's always 99% of the time, it's a what if this happened? What if God decided to get this bastard back,
it's almost like you're finding the answer for yourself to a lot of these personal questions that you have in terms of like what's going on in the world or what's going on with yourself even. Like for me, drawing and like developing these stories inside my head, it was a way to explain things to myself and guiding myself out of wherever I was at.
And see, I can craft a whole world with my writing, but I cannot draw. I can't even draw stick figures. They look like shit. And my wife is an artist, and she amazes me with some of the stuff she can do. I've never been talented in that way. And so when I see some of the work that you folks do, especially in the graphic novel and the comic book area and animation, the digital graphics, especially some of the digital graphics just freaking blow me away. But I prefer, and if you're a digital artist, don't take this wrong, but I like the traditional media. I don't know, just that hands-on, it seems like it has more life behind it and more passion behind it. And I don't want to disparage any digital artists out there because you guys do some really, really good work. And trust me, I am, I'm not worthy kind of thing because you guys y'all have so many tools at your use that you can have these really whole new worlds explode. But I guess it's over there. I in the last few years have really expanded my appreciation of art. I never understood Jackson Pollock. I have a Jackson Pollock and want another one because it is so layered and so deep and so beautiful. And at first I was like, this son of a bitch is just splashing paint on a freaking canvas. But no, it's not. And that's the way I see art in any shape now, because there's so many just great artists out there. And when you see the passion that they put into it and their vision, man, I mean, so many of you artists just see when you do a piece of art, we're seeing through your eyes.
Yeah.
And to me, that's what's beautiful is I feel that connection with an artist, whether again, it's a comic book or it's a scene, a nature scene or something with a little kid or whatever the case may be. You are seeing through that artist's eyes, and I can create a scene with words. I can try to express what I am seeing up here playing out as a movie. But if somebody said, hey, Matthew, draw that out, it's going to look like shit. But we've got several people that are listening that I don't think were listening earlier. Why don't you introduce yourself, tell everyone about you, where they can find you, what you do, and all that good stuff.
My name is I know, it's like, well, for me, I've been holding back a bit. Like I was just making sure as the person who's like, I take responsibility for one-on-one tales. It was my little idea that just snowballed, and it's great. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure everyone was taken care of first. But my name is An. I'm a Vietnamese illustrator. I was born and raised in Vietnam, moved and lived in Korea I pretty much spend most of my time in U.S. military base, and so grew up through the whole school system there. Great. It opened up my mind to a lot of things in different cultures. Now I am in Hawaii, on Oahu. It's beautiful. Yeah.
I can't imagine what it was. I actually, before I joined the Marine Corps, I went to join the Army, and I was going to be MP, military police, and I had signed up for Hawaii as my basic training. And there were some guys going, brother, you don't want to do that. And I said, why? They said, it's all freaking mountains that you got to hump up and down all during that. And I was like, oh, okay, let me change this. And then I ended up going to the Marine Corps anyway. But, you know, I'm just thinking Hawaii. Oh, it's beautiful. Basic training in Hawaii. Shoot, yeah, count me in.
It has its perks. It has its perks, and it has the scenics here is beautiful. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a fitness person. So hiking, I love to hike, but I'm one of those that's like, go ahead, I'll get there eventually. I'll see you up there if I don't trip and fall. But there are some pretty rough ones over here. Yeah,
that would be me, but I camp at the bottom of the hill. Y'all come back and get me when you're done.
Oh no, it's wonderful here. It's a privilege to be here, and it's amazing. I never thought there would be such a great community for comics over here on a small island until I met Morgan Mel, and that's like a whole story in itself. It's just like a mere bump in. There's a saying, everyone knows everyone on this island. So eventually it gets around, and then now we're going mainland and internationally, just bringing everyone together. But yeah, it's like I'm just over here doing my illustration, and as I was doing my commissions, I was just always asking people like, oh, what is it that you're trying to have me illustrate? Like, what are these characters? What is this story? It's like, is this your own story? Has anyone heard of it? Has it seen the light of day? They're like, no. And I'm like, why? Why not? You know? And I truly believe, because I've been in places where I felt alone. I battled with depression. I had a lot of distresses in the family. I went through a toxic relationship to the point where all of those things drove me into suicide. I had multiple attempts, but during that time, I was always drawing. And I had friends that would sit around and watch me draw. And while I was doing that, they would ask questions, and I'll open up on why I was drawing certain things. And it would just come out. And after that, it's like a whole weight off my shoulders. And in doing so, one time I just happened to be online, and I shared this purgatory drawing of the character Purgatory, and she was on the lap of a skeleton, sucking the soul out of him, and then she was holding a severed head of a pig. And I explained it to everyone that it was kind of like a representation of my toxic relationship. Like, I want to be the person who owns this, but at the same time I had like this anger. I want to be on top of everyone. So, and that sparked like connection with more people, and everyone was messaging me saying, oh, I need to talk to you, I've been through something similar, or like, I have so much feelings that I want to get out. And that's why I was like, okay, let's do something. Let's get people to talk and share and get it off their weight. I don't want anyone to have to be in places that I've been. And art is so, so powerful. It gets you out of the ruts. It creates and it generates possibilities. So I wanted to promote that, and I will be promoting it.
Well, you have a great personality, and with everything that I've seen, I haven't seen a lot of your artwork yet. I'm very much looking forward to it, but I want to kind of circle back around. If you're cool with hanging out here, you mentioned something, and I'm very curious, because the Vietnam War has been a big part of my life since I was young. Matter of fact, the first poem I ever wrote, and matter of fact, the first thing of any substance that I wrote, was I'd missed school, and I called my buddy and for English class, and he said, buddy, we got to write a poem. And before I even got off the phone, the whole first stanza hit me, and it was about our guys from the Vietnam War, the missing in action. Now, I know that you're quite a bit younger. I heard your age earlier. And my question is, because I haven't really heard anything about Vietnam after the fall of Saigon, how was it growing up in that country in the modern age?
To this day, it is a communist country. It is a lot more developed in terms of the capitalism of it, market. The economy is growing. We're inviting more foreigners back in, but there are definitely hints of grudges held against foreign invasions when the war happened. I love museums. I love to visit all the museums as there is whenever I visit. So I go back and I have my grandma take me on the scooters and we'll go to every single museum there was, and all of the war museum I can read Vietnamese and I can read English. So it was so interesting to compare both sides. Like one was kind of more of like a general description of the war. The other one was like, these Americans dropped these bombs, so now we have these children with orange agent. This is their fault, kind of thing. So it was like two different tones that you can read, and it was just interesting. But yet, growing up, we love foreigners. When I was growing up, it's like foreigners, America is great. It's like a land of opportunity. Yet we're like, oh, as a citizen, we're constrained under the government rules where we're like, we have to watch out what we say because they still do the knocking on the doors and take you away at night. So we had that. And then I remember growing up, I was enlisted into, well, not enlisted, I was put into a Catholic school. And even though you're in the Catholic school, you're still worshiping the leader, Ho Chi Minh, even though he's dead. I'm from the South, so like it's a little bit less rigid than the North. The North is like so nationalistic. But so I remember having to wear the scarf, the red scarf, all the way to second grade. I always wear the red scarf, and you're supposed to be proud of wearing that. You have uniforms, and in the morning you sing to the leader. Pretty much typical communist. But other than that, it's like our interaction with foreigners has been okay. Like there's no animosity when it comes to just the regular people interacting with foreigners coming in. We see that as like business. It's like, oh, you're foreigners. Let me check up the price.
But the government has a completely different view of the foreigners, right?
What was that?
I said that, but the government has a completely different view of foreigners as opposed to the population. Is that what I'm getting here?
Well, yes, the government would still put out propagandas.
Right.
They would still put out propagandas, yet they welcome the business.
Well, and it's just really has surprised me over the years because we hear so much about the Korean War and North Korea and South Korea. And I know that's because the country split in half and we never really called a truce. We just called a ceasefire. But really and truly here in America, we just don't hear much about Vietnam.
There's plenty reasons for that. Of course, the control of the media. There's a strict control of it. You have Vietnamese over here in the state who are so in Vietnam when the country it was split for a while. You got the southern and the northern. The southern Vietnam was the more democratic Vietnam at the time. They valued the yellow flag with 3 red stripes.
Right.
So that's the Vietnamese here who live in the state. I've noticed that's what they go by, and they're against the communistic way in Vietnam right now. But in Vietnam, we have the red flag. This is when I was growing up there. Red flag, yellow star. That's the flag over there. And they have 2 different points of view. But yeah, you don't hear much because there's a strict, tight control of the media in Vietnam. There was one big national riot that no one seem to hear about. There's no international news at all. There's a first ever national riot because the government in Vietnam leased out land to China, to Chinese investor for 90 years.
Whoa.
And it's in hot spot where we have tourist destination, metropolitan areas, and of course the locals are going to be angry, so they all went on riot. They left their jobs, and Vietnam, even though it's developing, a lot of people are still poor. People are still selling food on the street. They rely on the open markets. It's not like over here where you have like restaurants, things like that. There are people still selling out of their house, things like that. So for these people to leave their job like that and spend days rioting, that's a big thing. It's a big sentiment to a local person because you witness how hard these people work to just live. So this never got out of the country.
Well,
only some Vietnamese here they know about it, but it never went big.
And folks, I know we're kind of veering off topic here, but she's got my attention with this topic, and so bear with me because, folks, I will just admit this here and now. You all know I do the geeky, cheeky, and downright freaky. I cover the Mandela effect. I kind of get into the aspects of the multiverse or time travel and all that kind of stuff. But I do truly believe that I died in Vietnam. I was born in February of 1969. The first poem I ever wrote was about the Vietnam War. I get heart palpitations when I watch certain Vietnam movies. I watched Apocalypse Now for the first time last night, and I was telling my wife about it. I was literally having heart palpitations at certain points. I do believe in reincarnation, and I even had a guy from Vietnam tell me he knew me at that time, so that kind of blew my mind. But it just seems really weird to me. I mean, we hear about China's communist regime all the time and that they have a lid on news, but we still hear about the riots and the bullshit that goes on over there. Vietnam seems to have a lot tighter lid on things because we just don't hear jack shit out of there.
Yes, that, and there is this sentiment where people care enough, but at the same time, there's not. Well, this is just from when I was growing up and the times I went back and visit. Because I understand the language, I can tune into the local conversations, and what you hear on TV, that's straight up propaganda style. Like even the way they speak, the accent, and it's like, okay, this is straight up propaganda. But for like just the local folks, it just don't seem to care anymore. So long as they can feed their family, that's really like the bottom line. You feed your family, you can get by, you can live peacefully. That's all they care about. Of course, they love the nation. They do have this sense of nationalism because they take pride. Vietnamese, we have had centuries of ongoing war. There was like non-stop wars for centuries. Started with way back from the Chinese, the French, the Japanese, the U.S. came in, and all of that started the Vietnam War. And yeah, it's just non-stop. So for the people, it's like we gotta protect our land, because that's the land our ancestor gave us. We need to take care of it. So that's the strong sentiment. That's why people are like, that's all we care about. Now up top, we're gonna put in our vote for who's the next president, but we don't know who that person is. They probably already picked it, so it's like whatever. Let's see what comes out, and we'll adapt to it. That's how we see it. And you ask the Vietnamese people, they're funny. You ask them who the current president of the country, they probably don't know. You ask about the U.S., they're like, oh, did Trump win? Did Biden win? Like, why do you care? You're in Vietnam. They're like, oh, I like Trump. I like Biden. I was like, where are you? So it's interesting.
Now you said something earlier that really kind of shocks me. You said that the general population of Vietnam likes the U.S. Is that
Oh,
true?
yes, because a lot of Vietnamese are more, well, the younger generation like myself, and even my mom's age and a bit higher up. They're very open-minded. Um, they welcome business, very Asian. But the past is the past. You learn from it, you move on. Because
Yeah.
someone, your ancestor did wrong to our family, or your ancestor did so and so to our nation, doesn't mean you did it.
That
So
that really tears me up here because the things that a lot of our military did there to the civilians is unforgivable. And for an entire country, an entire race that had so many of their families wiped out for no reason, just for on suspicion of cavorting with the North, and for them to say the past is the past, folks. If we here in America could learn that kind of attitude, can you imagine what the hell we could do instead of holding grudges and instead of bringing up the past all the time and throwing it in someone's face and the whataboutisms and all that crap? If
and
we could take that attitude, what
I
could we
mean, it's
do?
not solely in Vietnam, because I had the privilege to have lived in Korea and have been able to travel to multiple countries in Southeast Asia as well as Japan. I love history. I dug up into the Korean War. I interviewed multiple veterans from that time, and these guys go way back to like World War II. And I even got the chance to talk to a organization where they are trying to find um, abductees from Korean War caused by North Korean. These guys have the same sentiment. It's the past. We just want an answer. We just want our family back. We just want something, so that we can have closure. But other than that, we want to move forward. We want to be able to connect. Because what happened in the past, yes, it affected my family. It affected my friends, people I know. But the person I'm staring at right now did not do anything to me.
Right, exactly.
And we react as we need to in the time up. What's done is done. You can't return it. You can only move forward. So yeah, I just hope people can bond over that. A little bit of a Buddhism high, but
and I would really, really love to have you on an episode of Geeky, Cheeky, and Downright Freaky where we can discuss Buddhism, because one of my bucket list kind of things, it'll never happen, but I wanted to go into theology just because I
Right.
wanted to learn all of the different religions, because my thoughts is I was brought up as a Baptist Christian, but I believe the answer is somewhere between all of the religions. We have so many
Oh,
things that coincide, so many stories that overlap and are the same. And my thoughts is if I can learn enough of all the different religions, that the answer is somewhere there in between.
for me, whatever religion you choose to affiliate with or practice, because downright religions, I feel like it is pardon me if like I offend anyone, but religions, I feel like it's a set of principle and ideas that are put together by people over time in order to live and get through whatever they need to. But the core of any religion, and the true religion to me, is kindness. The true religion here is kindness. You look at any religion, um, the same lines apply, like don't do unto other what you don't want to be done to yourself.
Exactly.
That stands so true. It's like even I'm as a Buddhist, when I first heard that from like a preacher in a church, I used to go to churches to see what is it, like why are people doing this, practicing this religion. So I used to go that, and as soon as I heard that phrase, I was like, huh, you guys are not that different. You just have like these different ceremony, but past that
Right.
facade, like, past all of that, we're same. Like I'm here for you, you're here for me, that kind of thing. It's like, do you walk with God? I was like, sure. Is he kind? Okay, I'll walk with him. That was my kind of reaction to it. And when you were talking about dealing with God and the devil, like in your writing, that reminds me because my mom, like, even though I'm Buddhist, I don't follow strict rules or like principles down to the core. Number one, I'm not a monk in a temple. They have to follow those guidelines. Let's say, like, when you're a priest, you have to follow a guideline of the monastery. For me, I make sure that my action and my speeches reflect my moral, which is kindness and compassion. So that's all I go by. And that you don't have to have a god or an idol up front or at a church, but you worship them here at heart. Like my mom say, Buddha is in your heart, and Buddha is in the people around you. You treat them with respect and kindness, you do the same to Buddha. So what you show Buddha or God or whoever, you show it to your companions, to your friends, your family members. Those are the living Buddhas in your life.
See, and that's the kind of stuff that I want, because I'm a very spiritual man. I do believe that there is a higher up, a spiritual being that we should pray to, that we should give thanks to.
Yes.
And I don't want to say doubts, but I get questions sometimes, especially when I see children getting hurt and things like this pandemic that's roaming through the world and killing people, and you got idiots in charge that won't take care of things. And but like I said, I am so enthralled with every religion. I want a copy of the Quran. I want to read the Quran. The Bible, I know, and folks, y'all can yell at me all you want, but the Bible was put together by the Catholic Church. And there are things that are kept out of the Bible, like the Book of Enoch. There are, that the whole thing in the Bible that says it's a sin to commit suicide, that was put in just because the Catholic Church was afraid of losing too many members, because they were killing themselves in the name of Jesus. It's not a mortal sin. And not that I'm saying go out and kill yourselves, folks. Please don't do that. But I'm just saying that things have been changed over the centuries in the Bible. And you got stories that overlap about Moses and Jesus, that they cross over from the Bible to the Quran to other teachings. And so the truth is in there, folks. We know that Jesus was a real man. Was he the Son of God? That's questionable. But we know that Buddha was a real man and that he had some great teachings. We know that Muhammad was a great man or a real man and had great teachings. And so before you blow off somebody's religion and their background, you should really take the time to investigate, because the days of hanging Jews or killing Jews just because they're Jewish and persecuting Christians and all of that stuff is centuries behind us. This racism shit is so yesterday, guys. We're in the 21st century.
And I don't doubt that inequalities, injustice is still around and are still being conducted. Now, we can't, sitting here and pointing finger only goes so far.
Right.
You need people to take actions that are effective and moving a whole society forward. Like for me, right, it's like, hey, I want to get people to connect together. I don't just sit here and go, oh, no one's gonna join this, no one's gonna do this because they don't like me because I'm a small girl and whatnot, right? You sit there and you do all of that, nothing's gonna get done, but you come forth with good intention and you enforce that with your action, then things are gonna happen. You sit here and you talk and you blah. I'm sorry, you're pathetic. You're losing your time. Now get to it. Get up and do something. Now if you're coming in and saying, oh, because someone doesn't want to do it my way, I'm going to force it on them.
Right.
Okay, you need to sit down and have a talk. No.
It's never gonna work. It's never gonna work trying to.
There needs to be respect and understanding.
Go ahead and tell everybody who you are, where to find you, and all that. Because my eyeballs are floating. I gotta take a. I'll be right back in just a second.
Yeah, it's like 9:30 here. But
I'll just be right back. I just gotta take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Gotcha. So again, my name is Anvu. It's Vietnamese. I like to be called On, like ON, on and off. You can make puns out of it all day. You can find me on my Instagram. It's ONK. So that's Oscar Nancy Kilo 97. And you can certainly find me on Facebook, Anvu 369. I believe 369. Yeah, Anvu's 369. And feel free to hit me up whenever. And we can talk, we can chat, and I'm an illustrator, of course, and so you'll definitely see a lot of my illustration. Here's one I'm working on. I love illustration. I love improving my art. So I put a lot of time into like rendering, drawing. It just, that's my high. But other than that, I just do commissions, and I do have 3 stories that I will be telling on 101 Tales. I'll be on the last act with Mog and Mel on the 21st. So you can catch us there on Comixplex.com. If you haven't signed up, I don't know why, but you should. It's free. It's easy to use. And if you have any problems, feel free to message me and I'll guide you. But yeah, that's where we will be hosting 101 Tale, and I will show you guys 3 of my very own stories. There's Buddhism involved, there is drug, gangs, a moral compass, and what else? Hierarchy, as well as a deity who's falling to earth from the sky and trying to return to the sky, which is like space, but she's falling into a steampunk city. So we'll see that.
I love that idea. We really need to discuss, because I know y'all got that going on all next week. I would love to see that the playlist or something on Geek Insider, like we've done for Indie event. Just because you guys got some great topics going on, you need to answer that.
Sorry. Let me decline that. Sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just saying if you needed an answer. You
No.
got something. It's early for you. You might have something else going on.
Oh no. That's like okay. I have people who just like to call.
That was your internet boyfriend. Go ahead.
No. But yeah, a playlist. You were saying like, what do you mean by that?
Well, like if you go to geekinsider.com or Geek Insider's YouTube right now, our whole India event, we've had all kinds of people that have their own formats, and we just add them to a playlist on our YouTube. And so y'all have got this going on. We could add y'all to a playlist so that people could come to Geek Insider. They still see your branding. But it's just available on our channel as well.
I would have to refer you to the site owner of Comixplex.com, because we have agreed to host it on his site. So the list is on his site right after the event, and it's gonna be there for anyone to take a look at. In the future, I am really tired from doing and organizing this thing, but like my mind is churning. I already have the name, and I already spoke to Mel about the next event, and I have like several going on. It is snowballing. Yeah, I just love stories, and I love illustration. Like I was showing them earlier. I was just this is Electra, and I'm just rendering my skill. But with each and everything I do, I put a story behind it. I want to connect with people, provoke emotions, and just make people feel, because that's what we do. Humans, we feel.
Well, anytime you all have any kind of thing going on, if it's not an exclusive, I understand, this is for that website, they got that going on, but even if it is an exclusive, we can have you all on to promote that kind of stuff. We love the indie creators and what you all are doing with these 101 or 111 stories.
110 right now with 46 guests.
46 guests. Now, folks, y'all have to check this out. This is, over the last couple of days, we've had some folks reading their short stories. I've read a couple tonight, just because I got lucky and was able to find them. But this kind of things, Geek Insider, we love you folks that are continuing to create during this shutdown. You're not pigeonholed by the mainstream that says, you can't come in the office. And we've all had to adjust, and these kind of things I absolutely love. I can't wait to tune in. Of course, we got our own shows next week, but I don't think they really kind of head up too much. We might have a couple of shows that are at the same time, but I will be tuning in.
And I mean, there's so many things going on. Like, why miss it? It's like this is the time where you have more time at home, or like you're so stressed out from whatever you're going through. This is where you escape, and this is where you get to become vulnerable with us. We invite you to be so and share and feel and break down or laugh or whatever. Be humans. And of course, like all these 46 guys, if you want to, you can definitely have them on to your show, do exclusive, or like do a session with you guys. Everyone has great stories. Like I'm reading through their resume, and like an application they sent in, and I'm like, what, who, what? Oh my God. That's all I could say every time I get one of those. Like, wow, I'm privileged to be at the front and center and get that role of seat to watch all that. And I just hope to share these guys as well as their work with more people. And one thing that talks, drinks go well with arts and stories. So that's something you guys can always do. I know one of the guests on here, Josh Pentalaresco, I believe I said it right, but he invited me onto his channel, and it's like one of those just joshing it channel he has on YouTube. He's won an award for it, but I told him, hey, I'm down to just talk stories. I came from pretty intensive background, so I can definitely share that. And like, here's an artwork that you can look at being formed in front of your eyes while we're talking. So that's always fun.
Well, we say this to a lot of our guests, but I truly mean this on whenever you've got something going on, whether it is a solo project, it is a collaboration or whatever, please let Geek Insider know, whether it's myself or Meredith. And that goes for any of your connections too. Yeah. But folks, I'm telling you, she said they got 46 guests next week. I guarantee you that you are going to find a minimum of 5 authors from there that you're going to love what they're doing, and you're going to want to hear more. And because just tonight, just with some of these folks that came on tonight, I'm like, damn, they A, put me to shame, and B, I want to pick this person's brain because they just got some cool ideas. And you know, we here at Geek Insider, we get opportunities to meet musicians, and sometimes, you know, we 2 or 3 out of 5, we really like their music. Writers, for whatever reason, whether it's our genre or just our personalities, I end up liking like 9 out of 10 of the writers we meet. And so I have no doubt that what's going on this next week, you folks are going to love, especially those of you that are out on Indie Vote Radio, or if you're listening to this on the rebroadcast on the podcast, just make sure you check this out. And we are going to have, you know, we still have the events tomorrow night on Thursday. It's kind of a hodgepodge for indie event, but Friday the 13th, we are wrapping up the week, and we have got folks from Shudder's Scare Me that are coming on. They've got a new podcast where they are going to be launching, I believe, next week, that they're talking about indie movies, from making them from start to finish. And if you haven't seen Scare Me on Shudder, you really need to. It's freaking hilarious and kind of scary, but it's more funny, and I loved it. But then after them, we have got Charles Band, the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend from Full Moon Features. I am so looking forward to this. Y'all know I fangirled out over oh crap, now I can't remember her name. The granddaughter of Bill Finger, Athena Finger. I fanboyed out over her because, you know, that her grandfather was the creator of Batman, the creator of Joker. I'm a huge Batman fan, as you all know. And so I geeked out on that. But this, Charles Band, I've been a fan of Full Moon Features since the 1980s, the Puppet Master movies, Doll Man, the Demonic Toys, all of those, man. I'm a huge fan. And so when I got the interview with Charles Band, not only did he say yes, he sent me a big old box full of kick-ass stuff from Full Moon. And so we're going to be giving away some of that stuff Friday night to end out indie event. And then we've got the Dead Enders that are joining us. And then we've got a whole night of things. And it's Friday, and it's the end of a busy week. And so I'll probably have a new bottle of whiskey, and we will go until Matthew can't talk anymore. And y'all know I can talk a lot when I have the whiskey. So, and we'll open the mic. I'll send out the link. Any of y'all that want to join up, anybody that's been a guest all week or anybody that's been tuning in, you'll be able to come in, join us on camera, or we can just put you on mic if you don't want to show your mug. As everyone knows, I've got a face for radio, but we go ahead and put me on anyway, and that's why they pay me the big bucks. But I've had a really nice time speaking with you. I really want to meet up more, even if it's just a one-on-one chat, not a stream, just where we can discuss religion and stuff. I'd like to have it on a stream, but it doesn't have to be, just because, like I said, I'm very interested in religion. You have a point of view on life that is something that I've always wanted to get, that point of view. And then plus the religious aspect, you're somebody that I'd really like to talk to more. And like I said earlier, anytime that you've got something going on, let us know. That's why we're Geek Insider. We like having that inside info. But one more time, tell everybody where they can find you, where they can follow you, what you got coming up.
Instagram, ONK, Oscar Nancy Kilo, 97. So ONK 97, you can find me on Instagram. I usually post all my artworks there. And sometimes if you follow my stories, I have work in progress, and like, feel free to shoot me a text anytime on there, or you can connect with me on Facebook on Boo369. And yeah, shoot me a message. We can talk if you have any ideas. I tend to make things happen, so just shoot me a text, and we'll discuss from there on.
Fantastic. And of course, folks, I am Matthew Harris. I'm the managing editor of Geek Insider. I'm one half of the crew on Geek Speak. I'm the sole host of Geeky Cheeky and Downright Freaky, which is Wednesday nights at 9:00 Eastern. We will be back next week. We've taken a couple of weeks off with personal issues and just all kinds of stuff going on. But make sure you follow us on YouTube. That's Geek Insiders. And of course, make sure you check out the website, geekinsider.com. We've got all kinds of cool articles on there. Entertainment and tech stuff a lot here lately, because there's a lot of tech news. Entertainment news, as you all probably know, it's kind of calmed down a little bit because people aren't able to film movies right now so much. But Full Moon Features, these guys have a way around that. They are doing the pandemic kind of movies, and Charles is going to clue us in on some things Friday. But just make sure you check out the website. We do have a lot of the insider kind of info on all kinds of little projects that are coming up on Kickstarter, and then press releases, and then, of course, the little tidbits we find around the net. But thank you all for tuning in tonight. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow night. I think we're starting at like 6 o'clock Eastern tomorrow night, I think. But don't hold me to that. But you can check INDEEVENT.com for a full schedule. And again, it has been one heck of a pleasure meeting you. Don't go anywhere. I'll kill the feed and we can talk for a second offline, okay?
Gotcha.
Right.
Well, good night, guys, and aloha.
Thanks so much. And let me find the right outro here. Here we go. Oh, nope, that wasn't the right one. There we go.
At Geek Insider, we foster relationships with those in the geek sphere so we can give our audience the insider view of entertainment, tech, and more.
Wow.